Hello, everybody, and welcome to Day 2 of the David C. Johnson Memorial Junior Squash Doubles Tournament at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn, New York. My name is Will Carlin. I will be your host throughout the day today for 4 great round of 16 matches. We had 4 yesterday, and that leads us up to the quarterfinals tomorrow. We're starting off today with our number 1 seeds, Scott Arnold and James Stout, who are actually on court warming up, and their opponents are going to be Josh Hughes and Valentin Kwan. And it should be a fun match to watch. I will give you the players' background in a second. But in the meantime, I'd like to introduce my co-commentator for this match, who is Peter Kelly. He is a Heights Casino product. He will be playing later tonight, so I'm very impressed that he's here to commentate with me. And welcome, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Good to see you.
Nice
been a long
to see
time.
you too. It has been a while.
Yeah, in terms of being here, I have no choice. By rule, I'm supposed to be here to ref the first match, but instead I'm commentating.
Oh,
but,
great.
I was going to be here anyway, home club and all.
Well, we're thrilled to have you. Tell me a little bit about how your squash has been going. How much have you been playing? I know you're working full time. You got a family.
Yep.
You got a lot of other demands on you these days.
Some, not probably as much as I would like, but I'm probably getting out there at least 2 times a week.
2 times a week?
Yep. Singles, doubles, kind of doesn't really matter. I'll tell you, either one. Left wall, right wall, I'll play. So
anything involving a white room, a black ball, and some rackets.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Got it.
How about you?
Well, I don't know that the audience is so interested in me, but I had knee replacement surgery. I'm coming back from that.
Oh,
and
wow.
I'm playing pretty well, so I'm happy to be back recovering from my 11th squash surgery, which is a little too many. But I'm old. I'm older than you. Although I was shocked to see that you're getting up there in the years too.
Yeah, 42.
I cannot believe that.
Neither can I.
Just so the audience knows, I've known Peter literally since he was about 10 years old, and watched him come up very proudly. Okay, we're getting going here. So that is Arnold and Stout, who were serving. They are in the black outfits. James Stout is on the left-hand side of the court. Scott Arnold is on the right-hand side of the court. Their opponents are Josh Hughes, who's on the left-hand side of the court hitting the ball now. He's a lefty. And Valentin Kwan, who's on the right-hand side of the court. They are in the all-white.
So I haven't played with Josh. I've played with Valentin quite a bit. I've played with Scott. I've played with James. I think what you're going to see in this match is some of this, but I think ultimately you're going to see the team in black push up the court and have the team in white working well deep into the court and probably doing twice as much running as they are.
To love right.
Unless they just hit a bunch of winners like that.
It's the announcer's curse as you say something like that.
Yep. But it's great to have everybody kind of back together in terms of a fun tournament, a fun tradition. So I think it'll be a really fun weekend, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, yesterday was, we had 4 3-love matches.
Yep.
Look at that there. That's the lob you're talking about to get them back in the deep court.
Yep.
And another one.
Some good power from Josh.
Although all the matches yesterday were 3-love, 3 out of the 4 were actually very exciting matches. Oh, there we go.
That's a great shot.
Nice little drop shot by Arnold. As you say, working them deep, working them deep, and then going short.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was not able to watch the matches yesterday. So, but I picked them up online earlier today just to sort of see how it all went. Looked like most guys were playing reasonably well, considering the circumstances and how much tournament play folks have probably gotten. So maybe some, a little bit of rust for everybody to get out, but all the matches, like you said, it did seem like they went the way they were supposed to.
Yeah, they went the way they were supposed to, but there were some challenges yesterday, some good resistance. So while we have a second here, let me tell the audience a little bit about the players. So the number 1 seeds, which are Scott Arnold, James Stout, again, they're in the darker clothes here. Scott Arnold on the right-hand side of the court. He's 36 years old. He's from Australia. He actually played the PSA Singles Tour and won a silver medal for Team Australia in the 2007 World Championships. He won a whole slew of Canadian national doubles titles with Robin Clark. He won the Big Apple Open with Manek Mathur, and he beat his partner, James Stout, in Yvan Baran. And he is the defending champion of this tournament, which he won in 2020. It was not played last year, which he won with a different partner than he's playing with today, which was Yvan Baran. And his partner today is James Stout, who's from Bermuda. He's 37 years old. He is one of the best all-around racket-wielding athletes on the planet. He was the world champion in the sport of rackets for 12 years in a row. Pretty much undisputed #1 player. Really dominant in that sport. He also won the court tennis championship, or the real tennis championship, for the U.S. Open in 2010. He played the PSA Singles, where he got to a ranking of 116. And earlier, or last year in the Sleepy Hollow tournament, he played with Susie Pierpont in the men's doubles and made it to the semifinals. So suffice it to say that he's a very, very good rackets athlete.
Despite that very lazy tin he just hit.
Again, announcer's curse. As soon as I tell the audience that somebody's great, they're going to make an error.
Other big news for James Stout. 2 weeks ago, had his first child.
Oh, congratulations to James. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?
Boy. His name is Ollie, spelled O-L-L-I-E. I was instructed.
Ollie. Okay, great. Wow.
So he's got some exciting developments at home, and I'm sure
he's probably not sleeping a lot.
That's what he said. You know, I don't know if he's how much. We'll see how much parenting he is actually doing if we get him on the mic
6-4.
here.
Well, that's
that was
good
a pretty
news.
good shot, though.
Now let's talk about their opponents for a second.
Sure. 7-4.
So Josh Hughes, who again is on the left-hand side of the court in the all-white, playing left-handed.
Second serve.
He's a good doubles player. He played a lot of intercollegiate doubles. He went to Navy and then went to graduated from Drexel. He just lost in the second round of the Gold Rackets, partnered with Reed and Drayson, to the champions, who are playing later today, Clinton Liu and Ahmed Anvari, and they lost 15-14 in the fifth in the second round. And Ahmed and Clinton went on to win the tournament. So he's a good player. He is the son of Dominic Hughes. Dominic is one of the best age group players that the United States has ever had. He's won a whole slew of titles. One of his primary rivals has been Richard Millman, but he's also my age, so we have played each other a whole slew of times as well, and usually he emerges on the winning side of that battle. But Josh also played varsity lacrosse in high school and was on the U.S. junior squash team in 2010. So he knows how to hold a racket. He's been doing so his entire life. And Valentin, who you know, is currently an analyst at Moore Capital Management. He's also a mentor at City Squash. He played at Middlebury College, and he's from El Salvador. And he's 33 years old. And neither Josh nor Valentin have been playing enough to have a current SDA ranking, but that will probably change at some point.
11-4 left.
Both very nice guys. So, and the match they had at the Gold Racket was talked about at the time. Since very exciting match. They both played great.
Side out 5-11.
You know, it's obviously that's a pretty good team. Clinton and Hamed, who we get to play later tonight. So anyway, but I think so far I'm seeing them play pretty well here. They're putting, Josh has good pace, and so he's, the court as usual during the Johnson at the casino gets pretty warm.
6-11 left.
Particularly given, even though it's reasonably cold outside, since back in the day, the court used to get extremely cold if you left the vents open by accident. It feels like we've solved that issue after 400 years of freezing cold squash at the casino.
Yes, let.
So as everybody who's watched this tournament before, whether online or in person, knows that the court gets really hot. So the pace at which folks are able to, generate kind of goes up accordingly.
Right. 6-12.
And so I think Josh having some pace is going to force James and Scott to move back in the court a bit further maybe than they otherwise, except right there. And maybe make it a little bit more of a competitive match versus just being a shot maker's duel.
Well, so far, your early prediction of Arnold and Stout having the advantage seems true. They're up 12-6, so they're 3 points from taking the first game. And with the first game, they will likely feel like they have felt out the team a little bit and be confident.
Yeah. It's a nice shot. So,
left side,
I think what you're
7-12.
seeing as part of, despite that shot, I think what you saw in that last point is James and Scott have moved probably 3 feet in front of the red line in their sort of normal position, sometimes a little further up. It's hard to tell given the camera angle whether it's 3 feet, 4 feet, whatever, but what that allows them to do is effectively
13-7.
forces your opponent to have to hit a really good shot to the front, closes down angles.
14-7 game ball.
That was
all right, so we are at game ball here, and 7 game balls in a row. And
we only needed one.
There's an error on the return of serve, and that is the first game to Scott Arnold and James Stout. And Peter, tell me a little bit about what you would do now if you were coaching Josh and Valentin, and what would you tell them that they need to do?
So I think the first thing they have to do is not hit tins, right? That's sort of job one when you're playing a team that's better than you, right? And I want to say, the other thing is that's kind of number one, right? And they have there's some errors they made that were forced, but those last 2 were probably don't count really.
Yep, one from each of them, one from Josh and one from Valentin.
It's in my view, there's a difference between a completely unenforced error and then where the opponent just sort of gets you completely out of position. But I think for them, they really have to focus, and it's hard to do on this court. But if you watch, and it actually just given the colors of their clothing, if you just watch the black clothing, they're very rarely going back beyond or behind the red line, right? They're very rarely going to the back wall. And so therefore the court is staying closed off to the team in white. So that's the first thing, is just sort of hit the ball. You got to hit it high enough so that it gets over their heads. You got to get it to the back wall somehow. That's the most important thing. So
one of the things I also noticed.
What do you think?
Yeah, well, you said don't make any tins, which I love, just as a general rule. But it was actually on those last 2 shots, they were both return of serves as well.
That's true.
So it was not just hitting the tin, it was hitting the tin on a return of serve.
Yep.
And so one of the things is, I think when you're under pressure from a really good team, you often can feel like you need to go for it. You need to do something extra.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they may have tried to do a little bit too much.
Stout Arnold lead 1
now
game
it's
to
hard
love.
because you sort of also feel like if you just play normally, then the other team's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to play at your best. But they're both talented players, both Josh and Valentin, and I'd love to see them just stay in a little bit more. The winners they hit were great winners. They hit some really nice shots. So it would be interesting to see.
There you go. There's a good shot.
Yep. As you said, getting into the back of the court is huge. And it is interesting to see just how consistently James and Scott are really doing that, even if it means just a soft lob.
Yep. Now listen, it is
second serve
on this court because of the beam that cuts across the ceiling kind of halfway between the front wall and the red line. It is harder to hit a really high lob relative to some of the other courts that folks would play on. But the only other observation I make in terms of getting it to the back is Josh probably needs to cover the back middle a bit more, so the ball is going over Valentin's head. he's gotta take that one. Otherwise, like we saw 2 points ago, you're just going to get really out of position. If one person is trying to
Side
go
out,
back,
1-2.
backpedal to cover the middle of the court, they get way out of position, and it's also much harder to hit a high quality shot, further exposing their sort of poor position. So there's a good shot. Get him to the back. Try to get him to the back. I don't think Josh is going to have a lot of success trying to hit through James Stout, so he should probably think about more angle and height on the ball
1-3
to get it deep as well.
Yeah, so James has made, Josh has made a couple of overhead errors. He does seem to be wanting to hit it hard. He gets occasional success, but there's another error. He's made, that's 3 errors in the first 5 points now. And I think you and I both know that he's better than that. So it's something I'd like to see him cut those out. So let's just talk about that beam for a second since you brought it up.
Yep.
So those who may not know, the Heights Casino, one of the oldest doubles courts in the United States, hand-built by the members in the 1930s. It has a structural beam.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Hand-built?
Hand-built. I told the story yesterday, but I'll tell it for you again and for any new
By the
viewers.
actual paying members?
So in the 1930s, in the middle of the Depression, the squash members decided they wanted a doubles court. Because the Depression hit, they couldn't get construction folks, so they hand went in, chisels, pails, took the stone out. Turns out that there's a lot of stone. One of the reasons the court plays so differently than many courts is it's surrounded by granite. And so the walls are actually up against stone, which is why the ball bounces so true. And also why it's been weather susceptible.
Got it.
But part of the thing that happened is that there is a beam that goes across the top, and it's a structural beam that hangs a little bit low and is hit a lot on lob serves and occasionally on regular lobs. And so it's just something to know. All the players know it's an idiosyncrasy of the Heights Casino court. It's unique to this court. No other doubles court really has the beam in the same place. But it is something that you need to be aware of and contend with.
Yep.
That's enough about the beam.
Oh, it's great. I didn't know that story. That's a great story.
Side out 3-5.
But yeah, no. This now that at the University Club in New York that they've redone we redid it a few years ago to raise the ceiling to actual regulation height, or even the front wall regulation height. This is one of the lower ceilings out there. Cambridge Club in Toronto is also pretty low. Creates a little bit of a different dynamic in a game when you have the low ceiling like that. You get a little bit more of the cross-court battle, a little bit less of the strategery squash. I think it's kind of exciting, and for folks that have watched this tournament for years, the court can get so warm that it's almost impossible to hit a winner. So you effectively just have a bash fest. And there were a couple years. I think there was one year maybe it was in the semis or in the finals where I think they went through 5 balls.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now that was before Dunlop, I think, increased the stickiness of the glue that they use for the doubles balls. But
coming in 7-4.
It was quite something to watch.
Yeah, they just kept breaking.
Yeah. Mostly because you had Mudgee and probably Gouldy. And
you had some of the all-time hardest hitters.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't just that it was warm. They literally were, in the history of squash doubles, some of the hardest hitters, no question.
Yep, and I think most folks would know who Damian Mudge is. Many-time winner of this tournament. I don't remember how many times in a row he won.
With, I think, 4 different partners. He won it more than 4 times, and he won with, I think, 4 different partners. So.
Yep.
Well, Damian is clearly, I think most people would call him the GOAT of double squash. He was
9.
Very dominant. Damian, if you're out there, I know you like to watch. We're saying hi to you. Hopefully, we may even see you here this weekend.
Yep. Though he's dealing with an injury at the moment, so I won't explain exactly the circumstances of his injury because it's relatively embarrassing for him. but maybe if somebody gets him.
Yeah, well,
no,
I don't know those.
I wouldn't want to betray a friendship.
All right,
but
you certainly
doesn't
have
involve
raised
it
the
does
intrigue.
not involve his youngest son. I'll say that. So he's got a little guy now, and I think the family's
coming in
Damien
5'9"
are doing well down in Florida.
Well, Mudgy, we miss you, and I didn't know you were hurt, but speedy recovery to you, and hope to see you before too long.
Yeah, if anyone sees Damien, they should ask him the circumstances of his injury.
Okay. If you're not going to tell us, you got to let it go now, Peter.
I'm not going to tell him. Somebody should ask
6'9".
So, listen.
All
So
right.
this game is going, frankly, a little bit better for the team in white. I think, like we were talking about before, the errors. There's been a few errors that kind of stunted any momentum, but one of the things that for sure that happens when you are playing, a much better team is you have to adjust to the pace. You have to adjust to the pressure.
Right side.
I just want to point out that's a really nice reverse corner.
I think it was a drop. I think he did it inside out.
Oh, he faked me out.
Yep.
Faked me out too. I thought he hit a little
second
reverse.
serve 7-9.
So, I think it seems like they're adjusting a little bit. We'll see if they're able to keep it up, or see if James and Scott step up the pressure and the pace a little bit. The one thing. Oh, that's a tight shot.
That's a really tight shot.
The one thing for
Left, 8-9.
new doubles players out there to watch is compare how many times James and Scott hit a straight rail down their own wall, versus the team in white.
9-0.
I think what you'll probably find is there's a much, much higher percentage of cross courts. The only time they'll hit it down the wall is if the person on their wall is out of position, and there's not much. Obviously, very different than singles. There is not a ton of. There's not a lot of playing up and down the wall, shall you say? And this is a good lesson to learn for folks that are trying to transition from singles to doubles, or trying to learn the doubles game. If you think about it, it's very easy to return a ball that's hit straight down the wall at you, right? You don't actually have to move at all. You can just stand there with your racket up. So that's why you don't see a lot of that straight game, and that's one of the first things that I think new doubles players have to learn is hitting the straight wall or rally up and down the wall puts you at actually a really big disadvantage.
Meanwhile, we've had a couple of points go on here. Hughes and Kwan had just tied it up at 9-all. It's now 10-9. So we are definitely seeing a much more competitive game in this game, and let's see if they can hang in there. That's a nice shot to get out of trouble, and look at that. They got another point. So it's now 10-all.
Josh, 10-0.
Yeah,
the second game, and team in white has done a nice job of showing some resiliency and getting it back to even here.
Yep. Which is, as we get to the business end of the game, I think my guess is you're going to see the team in black start to pick up the pressure, start to pick up the pace to try to close out the game strong. I think you'll.
Nice shot by Scott Arnold on the last point there, taking advantage of getting Hughes to cover in the back and then hitting it short to his side. Where you can see the pace is increasing, folks, here. Another lob to get out of trouble there and get the team in white back to the back of the court.
Ooh.
And unfortunately, an unforced error. Same kind of place
left.
we were talking about last game, and it is, in fact, what you mentioned. It is a 10.
Yep. And I think that's to the point that we made at the beginning of the
and
match.
A ball down the middle.
13-10.
Sorry, Peter. A ball
Nope.
right down the middle for a winner. So
Always
just as
tricky.
quickly as it was even, it's now 13-10.
Yep.
And just as you predicted at 10-all, the team in black has stepped up the pace. And now they've won 4 points in a row and have 4 game
14-10.
balls.
Yep.
Game ball.
And listen, that's one of the things that the top teams always do well is close out games strong. Take it to the sort of the next level towards the end of the game.
Shot. Game.
Get themselves chances and not make errors. Right. So even there, Scott's not going for he's going for not necessarily sort of a working drop, if you will, but certainly not cutting it so close to the tin that he'll hit it. So, a much better game from the team in white.
Yeah. So Josh and Valentin have played better, and they got it to 10-all, which is a nice accomplishment in and of itself. They were fighting from behind most of that game. They did a much better job of holding the front of the court and occasionally getting the team in black, the number 1 seeds, to the back of the court. A few unforced errors as the going got very tight, both at the beginning of the game and right at the end of the game.
Yep.
But they played the middle of the game quite well.
Yep.
And if they can just start off the game not in a 5-1 deficit,
yep,
and try and even it up at the beginning of the game, that would be a big accomplishment. They're obviously a talented team, but the number 1 seeds, James Stout and Scott Arnold, first of all, what do you think of their chances of walking away with the trophy at the end of this? Do you think it's too early in the season to really have a strong favorite, or do you think that they are the team really to beat?
I think, with, it's too bad Monik got ill, and I know he's listening at the moment. He just texted me, and I think he's hopefully recovering. Actually, my phone buzzed. I thought it would be Mudgy or somebody, texting about that, but I'm sure that'll come later.
Yeah.
I think with Monik, Callis having to pull in a new partner, I think it's harder to see these guys. I think these guys pretty much become more clearly the favorite. I think, listen, there are a bunch of other very good teams, and as we all know, this game, particularly on this court, can be people like to play well here, which is great, right? Yeah. And so we always have people stepping up and playing better than they normally do, despite having a one or two teams or a couple players having dominated the tournament historically. It's always been you've always had a lot of really good competitors and a lot of really good matches. So I think that's probably my guess is that they'll take this match in 3. I think they've got a harder job next tomorrow. That is, if they, obviously knock on wood for them that they pulled this one out. But it's to me they're clearly the favorite.
Well, that's what
How about you? Do you have a favorite team? By the way, I have not wagered anything on this tournament quite yet. So, and I don't condone wagering. I don't. Nothing should be. We shouldn't be even talking about it probably.
I wasn't asking for your parlay bets.
No,
although that would be interesting, right? I'm sure there would be a bunch of fun bets that we could have, but we are not doing that. We are instead watching to see whether the upstart team of Josh Hughes and Valentin Kwan can challenge the number 1 seeds in the third game. They've played better as the match has gone on, and if they were going to play their best, now is the time.
Yep.
They're down 2-love. The number 1 seeds are looking confident, I would say, in control, not rushed, and so it's a nice start for them.
I think so. I mean, listen, it's been a while since there's been a lot of competition. I'm sure there are probably a few nerves on everybody's part for this turn, starting out the tournament. But so it's always good to have a nice, competitive match to really kind of get your feet under you. So one thing, and you said, you made a comment just a second ago, just sort of being steady. So one other thing to watch, and this is really a difference between this is in my view one of the ways that doubles experience shows, is just watch
really
how busy the team in black, watch how busy their feet are relative to the team in white. I think what you're going to find is that the team in white they're moving around a lot more. Their feet are just a lot busier, and it's sort of a product of being off balance. When you're playing against better teams. But one of the things that happens, and so there you go, right? You saw that example there where there was, they both had busy feet thinking about who was going to go get that ball. But it plays out because doubles is very much a game of ball control, and the weight of the ball, the tightness of your strings, you have to be steady, right, when you hit. So if you're constantly having busy feet, and I have this problem all the time, it's a lot harder to be steady. It's a lot harder to be accurate. But that usually comes with just experience and playing a whole lot more matches.
I want to challenge you a little bit, Peter, because
Sure.
I'm not sure that busy feet is the right expression, because one of the things I notice that the really good players do is they're using lots of little steps to get themselves in position. What you seem to be talking about, which I do agree with, is running. Having to cover a lot of court, going up and back, and being out, rather than the little adjustment steps that you might make to get yourself in position to hit the ball.
Yep.
Because I find that the really good players are constantly moving those feet to take a little step, not just sort of keeping planted like a tree. And
you are right. If you just watch how quickly and how much movement James and Scott are doing,
just on that one point right there, right?
Yeah, they're not moving, right? They're and to your point, they're not standing still.
Yeah.
But they're not, they're not jumping around. They're not sort of.
Yeah. No, I knew the point you're making. I just wanted to separate it slightly from having quick feet, which I think is a sign of a really good player to get themselves constantly in position to get the ball, as opposed to having to run a lot, which.
It's okay. You can tell me I'm wrong.
No. I thought your point was great. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't misinterpreted.
In other words, you think, well, it's okay. I won't take it personally.
Peter, you and I have known each other too long.
There's a good shot.
6-love.
It's always,
right around him too. Look at that. It's the only spot.
Yep.
That's much better.
Yep.
It's 3 or 4 times now that Josh has decided to hit the lob, but then he's hit that same overhead into the tin. He's done this same shot. And look at him. He's leaning back. His whole weight is going back as he hits that ball. That's not what he was taught.
Side out 1-7.
I guess it's a.
So we said we didn't want to see them 7-1. We didn't want to see them get into a big deficit at the start of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
And 7-1, I'm afraid, is that big deficit.
That is a tough one.
And now it's 8-1.
And that point right there, that winner that James just hit, sort of the importance of a good serve.
A nice shot.
2-8.
It's you can't just it's a tough look when you kind of float it up there and it doesn't hit anything. And that was a powerful shot.
Coming
by
in
James.
9-2.
One of the things we don't necessarily always think about is how important length is in doubles. And
Yep.
Just as it is in singles, that's a great shot there.
No, it's true, and I guess you'd agree. There's a couple, right? There's only really 2 ways to create length: hit it high or hit it hard.
Yeah.
So.
Oops. It's a little
James
casual.
A bit of a
9-3.
Watch how casual that shot is.
Yep. Maybe he should have kept his right foot on the ground. And maybe he wouldn't have done that. But I went for a little bit of flair. Oh,
wow.
I love those kinds of shots.
It's a nice shot.
Wow.
Coming in 4-9.
Behind the back.
Yep.
Scott.
They won the point. Got the error.
Scott just exploring the tin there, so.
Now this is a little bit where you'd like to see.
Double boast.
Shot.
Ooh.
Arnold
Left
and
side
Scott
5-9.
not get too casual here, which I feel like they may be starting to do.
Yep.
And they were up 8-1. It's now 9-5. And it's hard to keep your concentration all the way, but now it's 6-9. So this is the thing. You have a big lead, and it seems to all be going your way. What's really the important test of concentration is, can you just go ahead and close it out?
Yep, that's exactly right.
But credit to Hughes and Kwan, who are definitely, as they have in the first 2 games, in the middle of the game, they start to play very well.
Yep. That's a great shot from Scott. Great weight to the back.
Look at that. Just down the corridor.
Yep. That's always, it can be a tough one to see. It's hard to see if you're turning back like that, kind of looking at it with your peripheral vision. It can be hard to see exactly the angle that ball's going to come off the front wall. And know
you mean for Valentin there? So
exactly. Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh. Probably not James's best post ever. Ooh,
no, but
a little aggressive on. That's a tough.
11-6 coming in.
The overhead's into the 10. It's not been. It's not been a strong shot for the Hughes and Kwan team. But again, I do want to emphasize that in the middle of the game, in all 3 games, they've played nice squash, and they're again doing it here.
Yeah, great shot.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah,
12-6.
That's a good example of tough positioning. Right, Valentin got caught in the middle of the court, and what that really did is it basically gave Scott a completely open court to hit that reverse.
Yep.
And he took advantage of it. There you go, a little inside out.
Nice retrieve, though. But
same
the
side
black
of the court.
team has the white team really scrambling right now.
Yep.
Nice job getting it back to even by the white team. Oh, dear.
What?
He just lost control of the racket. It didn't hit anybody.
Oh,
he came
luckily.
very close to hitting.
Wow.
I don't think
Scott,
that's a let.
But
I'm pretty sure that's not a let.
It's not a let. That's you lose control of your equipment, you automatically lose the point. And
That's a stroke anyway.
if you're behind the red line and you get the racket to go all the way to the front wall, that's
you know there are certain clubs where you get a prize for that, but in this case, no prizes, just a lost point. Yeah, it's actually a miracle. I think it went between
it did.
Scott
It went
and Valentin's
between
head.
both players. Yeah,
That's
wow. That's one of those moments that we can laugh about only because no damage came of it. And clearly, just to be clear to everybody, clearly not intentional by Josh at all. That was a racket slipping out of the hands. That was not done out of anger or anything along those lines.
Yep.
And you could even see on the replay that he was horrified as soon as it left his hand. Thankfully, nobody got hurt.
Shot.
And meanwhile,
left
we're
side
up to
14-6
match ball
ball
here.
Yeah, you know, it's probably gone the way 99 out of 100 people would have predicted. But I will say I think it was a very good effort, or has been a very good effort by Josh and Val. So they can hang their hold their heads high. Great shot.
That's a way to end it.
Great shot.
It's just a clear winner. Boom.
Yep.
Nicely done by the number 1 seeds. They show why they are the number 1 seeds.
Yep.
Scott Arnold, James Stout coming across in 3 games, 15-10, 15-7, 15-10, 15-6. Playing the younger team of Josh Hughes and Valentin Kwan, who actually played quite well in the middle of all 3 games.
Yep.
But got into a big deficit early in each of the 3 games. And really, a lot of it their own undoing. They made a lot of unforced errors, which, look, to be honest, is understandable when you're playing a really good team.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to go for it. There's nerves, there's energy, there's the idea that you want to do it, and so it's completely understandable. But if they can cut out those errors, it's a team that has some talent, and I'd like to see them play in the future without putting as much pressure on themselves as I think they did here.
Yeah, and listen, I think one of the things that's great about the tour and great about the game of doubles is, there's so many young players coming out of college and sort of in their 20s that are starting to learn the game, and these are great opportunities to get better. Right, this is when you're playing a top team like Scott and James, you can only gather good information and good practice for yourself and take that away and be better in your next doubles match. And they're for a long. I think we're going to see guys like this start to kind of really pick up the mantle of winning amateur tournaments and such. I mean, if you look back at for example, you mentioned the gold racket earlier. Not to toot my own horn, but I lost in the finals along with Carl Baglio. But 3 out of the 4 players on that court were over 40, right? And so I think and Clinton's almost there. So I think, as we kind of go forward, I love seeing guys like this join the tour, play in tournaments, and just get better, because I think it only makes it more fun for everybody when the level of a competition increases. So.
Well, we have a next match coming up that it will actually be interesting because it is youth versus age.
Yeah.
Where we have
I
Lyle Fuller, who's 26, and Scott Young, who's 28, and they are playing definitely a seasoned team of Preston Quick, who's won a gazillion national doubles titles.
Yep.
And our own Witten Morris, who also has won a number of national doubles titles.
Yep.
Who's right here from Brooklyn Heights, where Peter and I and Witten also grew up. And so we know him well. He'll be a Heights Casino favorite. And then after that match, I believe you are on the court.
Oh, no, I play at 7:30.
Oh, you play at 7:30.
Yeah, which will be
coming up.
Yeah, but I really love arriving to the courts 3 hours early to ref. It's one of my favorite things.
Well, I saved you from reffing. You came.
Oh,
you
no,
did some
that's
commentary
right. That's
with
right.
me, which
that's
I really appreciate.
No. Commentating. It's great to see you. But so listen. So Lyle Fuller, Scott Young. I think these are two examples of kind of what we were just talking about in terms of young guys starting to play doubles more. Great athletes, great players, and they're going up against, like you said, a very experienced team. So I think we'll probably see this, the higher ranked, higher seeded team come through here. That's be my guess. But both of these guys.
Well, which team is that higher seeded? I don't know.
Preston and Witten, I would guess, are the higher seeded teams.
Actually, if you look at their rankings,
you
Lyle's
might be
41.
Right. Yeah, you might be right.
Scott's 57. Preston's 61, and Witten is 55. So the youth would, in theory.
Yeah, I guess would be
the higher seeded team.
I to be honest, were I a gambler, I would not bet on the seedings.
Why do I think you have money? You have a bookie somewhere. Who's your squash bookie?
Well, I'm not going to say his name or her name or their name, but there may or may not be the opportunity to place wagers on certain matches.
I see. Okay.
But
I think betting now. I don't know if DraftKings.
Not
is
real money.
this.
Not real. Yeah, I don't think this is going to show up on your DraftKings app.
I don't think it's there
who's
yet.
going to win the 5:30 match in the round of 16 at the Johnson?
Yeah, between Lyle, Scott, and
exactly.
Preston and Witten.
Exactly.
I mean,
all well-known players, but not well-known enough to get on to DraftKings.
Exactly.
But
so I do want to understand. So what is your prediction? Do you have a prediction?
I have a prediction. Yes.
Okay, tell me your actual prediction.
I think this is going to be a 3-love match.
3-love.
I think it's going to be 3-love.
Okay.
I think the scores are going to be 15-11. I think 15, and then somewhere around 15-8. 15-8. That's what I think. Right
11, 8, and 8. Okay,
yeah,
well,
11, 8,
I'll remember that. And the team you're predicting, you haven't said who you're predicting.
Oh, sorry. I am predicting that Preston and Witten will,
despite
the fact that
age over youth.
Yeah, despite the fact that Witten is probably by far the oldest player in this tournament. I think he turned 61 recently.
Oh God, he is not gonna like you anymore.
That's probably didn't before anyway. So
he's 47 years old, folks. Not
doesn't
61.
look a day over 46. So
wow.
No, I'm kidding.
I just want to say his name is Peter Kelly. I'm Will Carlin. That's Peter Kelly who's saying those things.
That's true. You can see my face if you're watching the thing as well. So I think that what you're going to find in this match is one thing that both, Preston on the left wall and Witten on the right wall, they're going to be bringing a lot of pace. If you folks have watched Witten play before, they know that he cranks it up, and he uses his gorilla grip and rips it down the wall, cross court. He's also, despite being 47, he still moves probably almost the same as he did when he was in his 30s. So he moves well, crushes it, and Preston's kind of along the same lines, right? Preston is probably got some of the best hands of any American squash player ever. Great eye-hand coordination, and he can really crank it up on the backhand. So I think one thing we're probably going to see is quite a bit of power coming at the other team, and my guess is on a hot court like this, my guess is Scott and Lyle will not have seen many teams that are going to be able to generate the pace that they'll see in this match. And so that'll be, maybe I reverse my predictions. I think probably it's going to be 15-7 in the first game, and then 15-11, and then 15-8. I think that's what we're going to go
You're
with.
just reversing your game
Yeah.
prediction.
Oh, yeah.
Game scores, not the overall prediction.
That's right. And so I think that'll be one. Now, I could be completely wrong about Preston and Witten's game plan, but having watched them over the years, I'm confident that that's how that's going to go. So we'll see.
Well, let me. One of the reasons Peter is so high on Preston and Witten is their background. So let me just talk for a second. I mean, just reading off their list of accomplishments is crazy. Preston is actually a two-time U.S. men's champion. He won in 2003 and 2004 the SL Green men's national singles titles. He won the mixed doubles with his sister, Meredith Quick, who is also here at the Heights Casino and is really an unbelievably gifted squash doubles player. And for that matter, was I think got to number 2 in the U.S. in women's singles as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's won the national doubles a slew of times. He won in 2003, 2004 with Eric Volchek, 2007 with John Russell, 2012 and 13 with Greg Park. He won the world doubles title in 2006 with Chris Duratney, the world mixed doubles with Norel Krizek, and he was intercollegiate doubles champion. He was a member of Trinity College when they started their 13-year undefeated streak, and he was a 2013 finalist here at the Johnson. He also is really the head of doubles in the U.S. He's the director of doubles for U.S. Squash, where he's been for over 10 years now. And despite all that, he's actually a pretty nice guy, which is like crazy because you'd want to hate him with all those kinds of accomplishments. But that's Preston, and his partner, Witten, has not quite as many singles accomplishments, but has won he won the U.S. national title just a couple of years ago in 2019. That's after having won it in 2008 and 2009, so that's a nice little break almost a 10-year break between national titles. He's a multi-time silver racket champion, a multi-time William White doubles champion, gold rackets champion. Excuse me. So, very impressive pedigrees for both.
Yep.
Their opponents, Lyle and Scott, do not have as many accomplishments. They're both young, so first of all, they haven't been around as long. But Lyle has been in the top 100 in singles in the world in the PSA, which is a huge accomplishment these days as squash has gotten increasingly deep over the years. I've watched him play a number of singles matches. He's very talented. And Scott Young, he's a volunteer assistant coach at Fordham. He's a graduate of the University of Birmingham. He was a member of the English junior national team. Excuse me. And he recently coached Jordan's world top junior champion, Mohammed Al-Siraj. He also coached at the Wycliffe School in England. He knows the game, particularly softball singles. He's transitioned to doubles fairly well. Doesn't have a huge background yet, but they both have decent rankings, and they're both good players.
Yeah, just revisiting one of the things that you said, Preston's accomplishments. I think one of the cooler things that he's done is 2003, 2004 SL Green champion. So for those folks who may not know what that is, that's effectively the U.S. men's national championship. So it's restricted to, I believe, U.S. citizens and maybe green card holders. But anyway, the fact that Preston, just U.S. citizens? That's right. Well, have you won that? Did you win that back in the day as well?
I did. I won it in...
Is that 1732? Or,
yeah, it feels that long ago.
Yeah.
I won it in 1989.
Got it.
And it was before it was closed to U.S. citizens. So actually, one of the cool things about when I won it was that I was the only American in the semifinals.
Oh, very cool.
So it was me against the number 1 player from Ireland, the number 1 player from Nigeria, and the number 1 player from Egypt. We're all in the semifinals of the U.S. championship.
Who was the Nigerian player?
His name was Moses Alubo. That's who I played in the finals.
Got it. I don't think I ever knew Moses.
Moses, he lives in Texas.
Okay.
He came to the U.S. There were a nice wave of really top Nigerian players that followed Moses, but Moses was one of really the icebreakers.
Yep, got it.
And,
like Friday and.
Yep. Friday was after Moses, and they all know Moses, and they revered Moses. He's a super nice guy.
Yep.
And we had a great match. I will say that after the Nationals, we played a bunch more times, and we had about a 500 record. He knocked me off quite a few times.
Oh, got it.
And I knocked him off a few times, but he was really a talented player.
Yep.
And I was very fortunate to win when I won.
Yep.
So, but I'm proud of that. But I will tell you that the level of squash since I won the U.S. Championship has increased significantly since then, and I'm proud of everything that I did in squash. But boy, the level of the game has really improved since my day.
Yep. No, I think even for me, not that I'm some spring chicken, but it's it certainly has. I think you go. If anybody watched the Windy City Open the past couple days. One second.
Watching Paul Cole play at the Windy City Open has been terrific.
Oh,
Paul
hold on.
Am I number one?
Wait, why? Sorry, what's that? Sorry, Adam Buse is trying to.
I'm going to turn Peter down. He's dealing with something else there, but I'm still here with all of you. So right now, just so you know who's on the court, that's Lyle Fuller on the right-hand side of the court in the blue warm-up, and Scott Young on the left-hand side of the court in the all-white. They are the younger team, 28 years old for Scott Young, Lyle Fuller, and Lyle Fuller is 26, and they're playing against 43-year-old Preston Quick and 47-year-old Witten Morris. So each of the two players are almost twice as old as their opponents. So it's going to be an interesting match, and yet my co-commentator here, Peter Kelly, has predicted a 3-love win for the older team. So and he's actually predicted game score. So let me just see if I got it. I think I was paying attention. 15-7. First game. Because you think they're going to start out strong. 15-11 second game. You think the other team is the younger team is going to make a little push in that. 15-8 third game. You think the experience is going to say, now we're confident and we're going to show you what's what.
I think that's right.
That's a bold prediction. I'm impressed that you're not just predicting game. You're actually predicting the scores within the games. So you better believe that as soon as game one is over, I'm coming right back to you, whatever that score is, and checking with you.
And you know what we will. We've got a $20 bet. The odds that I'm going to bet anything on this are 0. But maybe I will. I don't know. Give me a second. Let me see how the first point goes, and then I'll tell you.
The first point's going to reveal everything.
It's going to tell me all I need to know.
Our producer, Steve Lane here, who's done a great job. Thank you, Steve, by the way, for everything you've done, making us look good here. He's the one who threw down the $20 bill. He's like he wants to put some money up.
Apparently
now,
doesn't
just so
realize
you know,
that we've moved beyond a cash economy.
Steve has watched every match of last year and this year, so he knows his doubles now. He knows what he's.
I wouldn't deign to take a new person.
Oh wow! Okay, money. So confidence is high.
But let's be clear. You describe it as bold. I like to think of myself as a very bold predictor, and so predicting the specific scores is right in line with my boldness.
There we go.
So the old sleeves off the vest is what they call that type of prediction for me.
Not risk averse.
Yeah.
So I just want to say now that you sort of set a certain expectation of who you are as a person, Peter.
Oh boy.
That when we get to 7:30 p.m. We want to see some of that manifest on the actual court.
Yep.
So let's just talk about some of the things. Bold.
Yep.
Fearless.
Yep.
Well, based on what you were saying earlier, not quick feet.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to try not to have. Well, hold on. That is a double-edged sword, my friend, right there.
I walked you right into my spider web trap.
These days, no one would describe me as having quick feet. So much more strategery is going to be required, versus speed and fitness.
Now, I can't remember. You are playing. You're playing Ahmed and Clinton.
That's right.
So that's interesting. That'll be 2 Heights Casino products going. So, just to be clear, Peter, who I'm co-announcing with, grew up here at the Heights Casino, but Ahmed Anvari also grew up here at the Heights Casino and played number 1 at Dartmouth, I believe.
He'll tell you he played number 1. I think he played number 2 the entire time.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, behind Billy River.
Okay.
Maybe his senior year he got to play number 1.
I think he got to number 1. I looked up the records.
He'll tell you, I'm sure.
But I was not looking from him. I looked up the actual records. I'm pretty sure he got to number 1, at least for a few matches. So that's you're not necessarily going to have the crowd 100% on your side, which you would normally.
Maybe. I mean, Hamed and I have been friends for quite a long time. I'm pretty sure his mom is going to root for him. Pretty sure.
Probably.
But she and I also get along well.
Who's older?
Hamed is like 3 months older than I am.
Okay, so she's known him longer than she's known you.
Yeah, presumably.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, James Stout is actually really itching to come commentate, but we're not going to let him because he's got to go. Yeah, James Stout needs to go home and take care of his new baby. That's basically what he needs to do. He looks at that skeptically, but yeah, he is going to have to go referee, I believe.
It seemed like he maybe wanted to come say hi, but we'll see. All right, so let's just get set for the match now.
Yep.
On court right now, just want to make sure the audience knows who's who. So that's Preston Quick on the left-hand side of the court and Witten Morris on the right-hand side of the court. As you may remember from Peter describing it, Witten is a particularly hard hitter. He's the shorter of the 2 players, but he hits it very hard. He's very strong, and he's still pretty quick despite age 47, which he does not look like he is 47 at all. And Preston Quick has always been a technical player. He has a lot of shots, and he can hit the ball fairly hard himself, but he's also a pretty gifted shot maker with a racket, as befits all of the national titles that we told you that he's won in both singles and doubles.
Yep.
So this is the team that Peter's predicting will win 3-Love, and they are the team that I guess we haven't seen Preston without his top on, but I assume that they're going to be dark tops and white shorts, and the other team I believe is going to be in all white. So
seems right. I think the one thing you'll see that Preston does a lot is he moves the ball around the court in a lot of really creative ways. So you'll see him hit a lot of Philadelphias. You'll see him hit a lot of skid boasts. You'll see him kind of mix it up a little bit and try to throw his opponents off balance. You can sort of see some of his hitting right there. And there you go. There's Witten trying to impress the crowd before the match.
Peter, a lot of people have heard the term Philadelphia, and I'm not sure that everybody knows exactly what that shot entails. It's one of the cooler shots in doubles.
Yep.
And occasionally, actually, you'll see somebody hit it now in softball singles. But can you just describe where the ball goes in a Philadelphia?
Yeah, so, and it's obviously related to a skid boast. But with Philadelphia, what you try to do is you hit the ball at an angle towards the front wall such that it'll hit then hit the sidewall pretty close to the front wall. The ball will then cross the court to the back, the opposite back side of the court, and just given the way you hit it and the way the ball is going to spin, when it hits the back side wall, or the side wall towards the back, near the back wall, the ball will actually spin towards the front wall. It's going to be spinning towards the front wall when it hits the sidewall, and it will shoot straight out from the sidewall. So because of that angle, you're hitting front wall, side wall, crossing over the court, and hitting the opposite wall towards the back, it shoots straight out. And if you hit it perfectly, it can run out. It can run along the back wall as a winner.
All right, I'm going to try and translate that, make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, sure.
Front wall, side wall, sliding along the back wall.
Yeah, there you go.
So what you're doing is, I believe, you're usually near the front of the court when you hit it. You don't have to be right at the front of the court, but you have to be pretty near the front of the court. You're hitting it high into the front wall. It hits the side wall there, travels diagonally across the court, hits the other side wall, and then rolls almost along the back wall because it's picked up the spin that you said, which is almost spinning it back towards the sidewall. It's a shot that, as its name befits, was invented by a whole slew of Philadelphia players along in the 1950s, I believe. And it's not used that much, although Cameron Pilley hit 4 of them yesterday in one match. And he hit them well, by the way. And he's, a person who grew up playing softball squash, and he didn't know that it was called a Philly.
Okay.
But he was interested to learn it. And he says it's fairly easy to hit. Well, maybe it is for him. He's also a giant. He's 6'3" or 6'4".
Yep. Well known to have recorded the fastest squash ball hit in history.
Correct.
Supposedly. I don't know. I don't know.
There's a video of it.
I know. I've seen the video.
Okay.
I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, boy, I didn't realize you were such a skeptic.
Skeptic, yeah.
Do you know what the speed is?
I think, was it 178?
I think it's 176 is what I remember, but you might be right. It's right in there.
Honestly, I just made that number up. I have no idea. So I'm shocked that I'm close.
There's also a video.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this
is the first round of the 2022 Johnson. Matches to be the best of 5 games. Lyle Fuller and Scott Young to serve. Preston Quick and Witten Morris to receive. Lovell.
That was Lyle Fuller who served, just to keep you oriented there. On the right-hand side of the court is Fuller and Witten Morris. And on the left-hand side of the court is Scott Young and Preston Quick.
Side out, 1 love.
Yeah, we got
a tin right away.
A bit of an opening error. Here again, we've got it's twice in a row. Ball comes to Witten's racket. He hits it high. Cross court. Oh boy. It's at high cross court sidewall to get the ball to the back middle of the court. Here go Preston, sort of doing something similar there. That's good. There you go. There's Preston hitting an angle and trying to basically mix it up a little bit.
La ball.
It's a good lap. Safety lap. I don't think Preston realized he was going to turn on the ball there, so he was not crossing over.
That that's an interesting shot. Some folks would say
that's the power. Sorry, Peter, but that's the power that you were talking about that Witten can really do.
Some folks would say that he should have hit that shot with Preston, so out of position. He can hit sidewall, front wall, over on the right wall, and most likely could have been a pretty good winner. He went to go the nice person route and call a let for safety, which I never have a problem with. That was a great reverse.
Second hand.
A little bit out of nowhere.
2-1.
Nicely done. Got it to lay down. Yeah, I never mind a let that's about safety. One of the things in squash that we have to do is make sure that we care for our opponents. I agree that strategically there was an opening there, but for safety reasons he took the let, and that's great.
Yep.
3-1.
We see on this point the team in the dark shirts pushed way up in the court and started going with more pace, which I think you'll see quite a bit of that in this match. There you go. Wow. Little tricky inside-out forehand.
4-1.
Not sure that did exactly what Preston was hoping for, but it caught them off guard.
I think he may have been looking for an inside-out roll corner there, but it worked out nicely.
La ball.
Almost hitting Preston. Somehow manages to get out of the way.
4-1.
That's another one where a different player would have played that ball as well.
Not up.
Errors creeping in here. A little too aggressive on this.
Well, the problem is he made that really beautiful reverse, and it may have given him a little over optimism.
Oh, there's a good.
Although that's another nice shot.
That's a great combination.
Side out,
push him to the back, and then on an open ball, hit a reverse. That's classic.
That was a good reverse too.
Out of court.
Ooh, again, the pace picking up there, forcing an error.
Scott left.
You know, this is similar to the last match, right? I think we hit on this before. This is a very much an experienced team versus a newer team, and I think you're seeing some of that already. You haven't seen Witten or Preston really get it anywhere near the tin so far, and you've already seen the team in white going for a number of shots, I think there've been a couple winners, but a couple tins.
Time. That ball. 2-6.
Yeah, it looks like there was some contact. Playing a let.
Just reminding the audience that my co-commentator here, Peter Kelly, has predicted a score for this first game, which is
not up.
15-7 for the Quick Morris team, and
3-6.
So far, your prediction's not looking bad.
Thank you.
Still early.
Yeah.
But if the game were to continue, I think you might be off just by a point or
4-6.
two. But we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. I'm going to need the guys in the darker shirts to pick up their game, or else my prediction's going to be off.
Interesting.
Not totally
Did he
clear.
call
5-6.
What happened there? Well, my prediction is looking worse and worse by the moment. But good thing we didn't bet on it, or I didn't bet on it. Otherwise, I'd be out $20.
I think our producer did bet you $20. I think you might have to pay up if.
Well, the only good thing is that a wager requires agreement from two sides. There was only agreement from one side on that one. So
it seemed like you were betting.
And there were no odds. I would have had to have odds. It's such a
wow. There's a whole lot of rules coming in.
Such a bold prediction that I made.
It's a lot of rules coming in now. A lot of qualifiers. I don't know.
Great court coverage from Witten there.
Not up.
All right. Well, 6-3 is now 6-all. So the team in white has adjusted to some early unforced errors and has actually hit a couple of nice winners.
Yeah, team in white here, one thing that that they're doing well is adjusting. They're handling the pace, right? We've all, the last kind of, call it 5-6 shots, most of those coming out
left box, please.
Have been,
6-all.
I'll call it 90% power. And they're, particularly like we said, on this hot court, that can be tough to deal with. The team in white is, I think, doing a great job of handling the pace so far. They are certainly going for their shots as well, which maybe Witten and Preston weren't totally ready for.
So just to bring everybody up to speed again, we're at 6-all, first game. This is a round of 16 match at the David C. Johnson Memorial Junior Heights Casino Squash
great shot.
Doubles Tournament.
Great shot.
This is the second match of the day.
7-6.
The first match saw the number 1 seeds advance by a score of 3-love. And we've got 2 more matches to follow this. And right now, the younger team, by a significant margin, is
8-6.
has a 2-point lead over the older but vastly more experienced doubles team of Preston Quick and Witten Morris. And if we were to just look at the rankings, the team in white should win. But I think most people would take the position that my co-commentator Peter Kelly has taken, which is that he was predicting that experience would win out. He was also predicting a 3-love score for the older team, and right now that looks to be in jeopardy. They had a 6-3 lead, and they've lost 6 points in a row, or the other team has won 6 points in a row.
Court. Left box.
Uncharacteristic errors from Preston at the moment.
7 points in a row, so down 6-3 to a 10-6 lead by Fuller and Young.
So one thing that we're seeing so far, besides kind of the team in white handling the pace, is there's another shot
right
for
box.
Preston
Scott.
that's a little too
Scott.
open.
Thank you.
A little
11-6.
too open, and it's giving the team in white an opportunity to hit a shot like that, which is, the trick of hitting a cross court in doubles is you have to get it wide enough and high, or hit it hard, because if you don't, that's what happens, where you're sort of just putting it directly on your opponent's racket. And the other thing that it does is it just makes it very difficult for Witten to stay in good position. So Witten, a couple times here, has gotten trapped behind. I believe it's Scott on the right?
No, it's Lyle.
Is it Lyle on the right?
Yep.
Okay. So getting caught caught behind Lyle on the right.
Well, Lyle, who's just hit the ball on the right-hand side, he's probably the most accomplished singles player of all 4 players, having been in the top 100 on the PSA Tour. And so if you give him an opening, he can actually, he knows excuse me, what to do with it.
Left ball.
And
right box, 11-6.
I think uncharacteristically, I agree with you. Preston and Witten, and Preston in particular, is giving him more setups than I think we might have thought was likely to happen.
Yep. The one thing that can happen on this court as well, which is a bit, sort of a tricky balance, is because the court gets so warm, power can be really effective, but if the court gets too hot, those, sort of full power shots from Witten, they're going to come off the back wall, and makes it, it's not that the ball is sitting up, but there's, this example, ball comes way off the back wall on that serve, and sort of hit.
Yeah, it
gave Scott an angle to hit into the wall.
Not up.
So another unfortunate error, I believe.
8-12.
Yep, that was an error. Ball hit the tin. But that reverse corner has worked well for him a few times. He has made a couple errors off it as well, but overall it's not a bad shot.
Yep.
Left ball. 8-12.
I think Witten might have been
right
looking
box.
for a stroke there.
Yeah, I think that was close to a stroke. Do you? Came
well,
right back at him.
If you've played with me, a little bit of a inside-outside.
Coming in, 13-8.
Back in the day, we used to call that a near wall, right?
Yep, that was a near wall or a roll corner.
Roll corner, there we go. There goes Witten trying not to give up his position on the court there. A little bit of traffic over on the right wall.
I'm impressed by how Lyle and Scott have really adapted their game. Again, they were down 6-3 in this game, and they've now forged to a 13-8 lead, which means they've won 12 out of the last 14 points.
Of court.
Yeah, listen, the team in white is really bringing it to them.
14-8 game ball.
They do not seem intimidated at all. They are going for their shots. They're hitting it with pace. They're hitting very solid shots, I'd say, right? So it's not just that they're hitting it hard, but they're hitting through the ball, and it's being effective. It's getting all the way to the back, and they're hitting it with enough angle, which is interesting. So you're seeing Preston have to. Oh, there you go. There's a good shot for Witten. You're seeing Preston have to sort of react, do a lot more reacting when he's hitting.
Right. 14-9.
Sort of having time to set up. Now, to me, what that says is Preston may have moved himself too far up the court, so in his general tee position. But obviously, even moving back a foot is going to would give him potentially more time to hit the ball. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Obviously, the team in white on the verge of a game-1 win here. Apparently, my prediction was not even close as to how this game would go. But
well, it's pretty close, except on the other side. You got it sort of reversed.
That's a good point. Maybe the winds were telling me.
Side
I
out.
just misinterpreted
10,
what
14.
the winds were telling me, and it should have been for the white team. That.
Well, we shouldn't speak prematurely here because one thing that Witten and Preston have is a lot of experience, and they're not necessarily counting themselves out of this game yet. And that's 3 out of 7 game balls
11,
now
14.
gone.
Yep.
So now they're only, a few more, and they are probably believing that they can get to even here.
12, 14.
Yeah, it'd be very.
Fault.
Oh, fitful. It's an unusual call.
Second
but
serve.
Presumably correct.
Not up.
No, another error.
This is,
13,
this is
14.
getting interesting.
14-7, I think, or I know it was 14-8. So 14-7 or 8 to 14-11 now we are.
Yeah,
this is where it starts to get a little nervous for the team in white. You can tell they sort of want this game done.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Very interesting. Getting very interesting.
14
they're
all
trying to
game
force
ball.
it. It's interesting.
14
It's
all game
the
ball.
first time they've shown.
So I see the score showing on the screen is not correct. So it's showing 14-11, but just in case folks are.
Stroke. I'd rather not say, but yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Game. 1 game to love. Fuller and Young.
So let's just make sure. I was a little confused by the score. So they came back
Tough way to end
to
that.
14 all and then lost the point on a stroke because Preston probably could have called let and gotten a stroke on the prior shot.
Right
Didn't.
there. Yep. He played it.
And
then unfortunately hit it too close back to himself.
Yep.
But that's got to give Preston and Witten some confidence in that they, at the end of that game, they worked themselves right back into this.
Yep.
And if they just do not let go from a 6-3 lead down to 12-6, that was a big comeback that they had to mount, and they almost pulled it off.
Yep.
But my prediction will be that will actually give them momentum at the beginning of the second game.
I think you're right.
Now, if you're Lyle and Young, by contrast, you're feeling a little bit like, wow, we had that game won, and then we lost a whole bunch of points at the end. And so they've got to be second-guessing themselves a little bit. But on the other hand, if you just look at it like, hey, we've got 1 game in the bank.
Yep.
And we played well enough to do that.
Yep.
They should be feeling confident. But this is one of those interesting mental situations where, winning a whole lot of points at the end of a game, even if you lose the game, can actually very much change what happens at the next game.
Totally agree with that. So we'll see. We've got Preston and Witten right here. They are strategizing on what they need to do differently. My guess is they'll come up with something that's effective, but we'll see. It is, if I were the team in white, what I take away from that game is that they can hang with these guys, number one.
Yep, absolutely.
The other takeaway is that they got to go for their continue to go for their shots, because what we saw there is they hit a few tins at the end. They hit a few tins during the game, but when they got an open ball, they basically went for it, which is kind of what you need to do.
I think in the middle game where they won that lead, they weren't winning points by overhitting.
Right.
They were winning by going for shots.
Yep.
And at the end, when they started to press, it was like, we're just going to try and out-hit you. And that hadn't been their game that had gotten there, and that was where they made some errors.
I think you're probably spot on.
I feel like, they did a very good job of nullifying the harder-hitting team. And only at the end did they fall a little bit into the trap of trying to hit with the harder-hitting team, and that didn't work out so well for them.
That can be a tough one.
Fuller and Young lead. 1 game to love.
This is shaping up to be a very interesting match. First game, 15-14. Can't ask for much closer than that.
So we had a question come in earlier from
Instagram.
Somebody watching. Was that on Instagram?
I've heard that somebody told me that they have put us out on Instagram and offered people to ask questions.
Oh wow.
So that may be where it came from. But what is the question?
So the question was, who is the fastest? I can't remember if they said fastest or quickest player on the SDA tour.
Oh wow, this is one that I'm going to have to defer to you on. I think.
Yep.
You're going to know better than I. So many of them seem very fast. That's a tough question. Do you have an immediate thought?
I don't have an immediate thought. I think there are some folks that don't qualify. Those are some. There's probably some names that we can eliminate. We'll leave those names out.
Is that a self-reflective comment there at all?
I mean, if we're starting from the bottom of slowest guys that have played in pro double squash, Josh Schwartz is probably the lowest, and then second lowest, which usually, when Josh and I play together, we joke our nickname is Team Speed. But it is an interesting question, because when you think about speed and the use of speed on the doubles court, it's different than singles, right? Because so much of doubles is positioning. So I think you got to do it in two ways. I think you can say, okay, who's the fastest? I don't know. I think Clinton Liu is pretty quick. It's hard to think of somebody quicker than him. He's getting older, so he's slowing down. Hopefully he'll be really slow tonight. But Clinton's very quick. Obviously Chris Callis has always been pretty quick. Monik is quick, but if you think about, I think about sort of court coverage, right? And to me, speed is only important if you can cover the court. It's hard to find somebody who has better court coverage than say a Monik, right? Monik, now he's a very tall guy.
Yeah, but Monik is, when that first question came up, he's who I thought of.
Yeah.
Last time that I did the commentary for the Johnson, we had a similar question, and I think Monik was who we pretty much decided was the overall fastest player. Now, we agree with you. I think as we got into the discussion a couple years ago, it does break down a bunch of ways, but I think at that time we were sort of on the Monik page. But Monik's not here.
2, 3.
Yep.
And he's hurt.
So if I'm looking at
we got to go with players who are actually here. So let's give Monik his due, and we hope you heal fast. But who are we talking about that's in this tournament?
So, and by the way, just shout out to Monik's Instagram.
Scott left.
He's the most prolific Instagrammer that I follow, I think. Sometimes it's a little much, but he's a nice guy, so we let it slide. So
before you keep diving into the question, just what's happening on the court here is we've had a bunch of good points at the beginning, and Preston, Quick, and Witten Morris have taken an early lead here, as they did in the first game. So they are trying to adjust. The first game was as close as it can get, and we'll see what happens here. All right, back to you for quickest player who's at this tournament.
Quickest player at this tournament. So I think if we're just going raw quickness and speed, I'd give you a top 3, and my top 3 would be Jim Bamber, also known as Bambino. Kyle Martino, very quick guy.
Yeah.
Not much of a backhand, but very quick, and a great guy. So that's
he played very well yesterday.
Yeah. No, I saw some of that match on replay, and then I think you got to go with Cuss, right? Cuss is relatively fresh off the tour. Very good mover.
That's Ryan Cuss-Kelly for everybody.
Yep, that's right. And that's probably who I'd put as some of the quicker guys in the tournament. I'd put Chris Walker as quickest guy in the tournament who has new hips. So that's
5-4.
And you'll watch Chris play, and you'll be Chris moves really, really well, considering sort of the he has had hip surgery. And probably doesn't move like he used to, obviously, but great mover.
Well, Chris Walker, of all the players in the tournament, is the most accomplished singles player. Got to number 4 in the world. Got to the finals of the British Open.
Yep, I think.
And one of the things I don't know if you know the story about when he got to the finals of the British Open, but he actually that year had to go through qualifying. He's the only player in British Open
history.
Right.
That's right.
To make it all the way from the first round of qualifying
7-4.
to the finals of the British Open. He did lose in the finals, but
But
you know, he got to number 4 in the world, and a legitimate
7-4.
number 4. He was.
Oh yeah, excellent.
You know,
he was great. I loved watching him.
Fantastic player.
Yeah.
And he's been a really good doubles player. He's got a lot of titles.
Yeah,
doubles as well.
And I think if folks want to, you know, to the point I made about speed versus, you know, what's the purpose of speed on a doubles court?
5-7.
Chris is one of those folks. Now he's a lefty, so it's a little bit different if you're a righty. But if you watch where Chris positions himself, and you watch how he reads the game, he's really, really good at covering the court. Partly because he reads the game so well, but he's very rarely out of position.
Yeah.
So he's one of those perfect examples of using doubles being a game about position, not necessarily raw speed.
All right, back in this match while you're still thinking about the quickness question, although you have
I'm done
narrowed
thinking
it
about
down
the question. I'm done. If we want to go slowest in the tournament.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, let's
6,
just
7.
recap what's happening here, because got to make sure we're focused on this match as well. So Preston Quick and Witten Morris had an early lead in this game. Lyle Fuller and Scott Young have come back and taken the lead, but it's really nip and tuck now. And this game, I would say that if Preston and Witten want to get into this match, if they lose this game, I think they're going to be in deep, deep trouble, despite the fact that you called them the favorites in this match.
Yeah.
2-love deficit is going to be very hard. So I feel like the pressure is really on them to make sure they not only are staying close here, but that they actually can pull this game out. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble.
I agree. Just bit,
6-8.
You got to imagine the two young guys most likely aren't going to get particularly tired.
Now, I will tell you, I've seen Lyle Fuller play a bunch of singles tournaments this past summer, in fact, and he's very fit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very fit. You can see him over on the right-hand side of the court there. He's got no extra body fat. He's a fit youngster.
Let ball.
So 6-9. This is real trouble time for the experienced team of Preston Quick and Witten Morris.
Yeah, it totally is. And I think there have been a couple of errors. The team in white is it's an interesting exchange there. I think Preston figured that Scott would call that and get a stroke, but he didn't. Maybe paying him back for not having called a let at the end of the first game. It is a gentleman's game after all. Try to play fair. That's a great shot, great width. Got
Scott's made a few errors, but he's also really come up with
10-6.
a couple nice reverses and a couple of nice power cross courts over Witten, who is a hard hitter, and now
11-6.
Made a return to serve error, which we talked about in the last match, is really a killer when you're trying to get back in a match.
Time.
I think that
let ball.
Preston Quick and Witten Morris are officially in trouble.
Right box.
Right box.
11-6.
I'll compliment you on your prediction, but I don't know if I would describe it as bold at the moment.
I know it's not bold. I'm just describing what's happening. I'm not.
Yes. But it is interesting, right? It's the team in white really has stepped up. And if you think about what we talked about at the beginning of that prior match, right? Stepping up in the court, who's in front, getting the other folks behind you. The white team has been very effective in doing that.
Watch this shot by Witten.
Second hand.
Yeah, classic Witten.
That's a shot that
overhand
we haven't
smash
seen a
into
lot
the
of
net.
that though tonight.
Yeah, and that's partly because the white team has done a good job of keeping it away, from Witten in that regard.
Yep.
So it was a good shot from Preston. A little bit of a
little powwow. They know this is the moment. I mean, I can only assume,
Side
Peter,
out.
that
8-12.
this is really when they're, they both understand we got to make our move now.
Yep. Looks like Witten might be struggling a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. check on his movement.
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
Good spot. Perfect angle.
8-13.
It's really interesting. Scott has hit that cross court very effectively to Witten, which is a shot that often teams would be a little bit fearful of.
Because you held up for your partner. 9-13.
Oh, that's interesting. No let for that.
Well, I think I think James and everybody's read was that Lyle was.
I get it, but on the other hand, you got to give Scott credit. He's held up a whole bunch of times for safety, and so I feel like that's one that. You don't want to punish somebody for, I don't know. Tough call, close call. But he made it decisively, so decisive is good.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Not up.
Oh, got
Preston
the error. Look at that. Preston
error.
completely read it, too. He's there with plenty of
14-9 game
time.
ball.
Oh, boy. Down 2 love.
Not yet.
Well, that's a good point. Yep, I said that last time, and then they almost came back and...
Out of court.
15-10.
Second hand. 14-10 game ball.
I'm not sure it's a good strategy to wait until you're down 14-9 to start to really up your game. That's what they tried to do in the first game. It almost worked for them, but I think you and I agreed that that was probably not what they should do this time, but here they are.
Yep.
Now, last game when the white team was up 14-10, they really started to press and they made a bunch of overhitting errors. And you can see Scott is overhitting a little bit again, and they're going to get into trouble here. This is not what they've been doing the whole game so far.
Mm-hmm.
So they are changing their game somewhat. That's a great shot, though. He made it, right? Yes, he made it. Yep.
15.
So there we go.
10. 2 games to love.
Peter.
Yes.
You predicted something before the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do we want to revisit that, or should we just leave it in the
Listen,
DraftKings
I am
history?
perfectly comfortable to revisit this. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. It's, not too proud to. I mean, it's obvious. It's on the internet that I was so wrong. I mean, I don't think I could have been more wrong about what the score would be.
Well, the match is not over, so you still ultimately could be correct
in the
who's
ultimate
win.
prediction. Yeah, you're right.
But it doesn't look good. Preston and Witten are a very experienced team. They know how to play doubles. They are not playing at the top of their capabilities tonight.
I don't think so. And honestly, it almost as if they are surprised at the resistance the young guys are putting up. Which I'll be honest. I mean, you all heard how I thought this match would go. I'm surprised. I think they're playing. I was not expecting Lyle and Scott to play this well. They're playing really well, hitting great shots, going for it when it's open. They've hit a couple tins, but for the most part, you see the scoreline, the scoreline score talks. I think
scoreline's accurate. I mean, they have been the better team in this match so far, anyway.
Yep, and I think one thing that is a bit uncharacteristic is that you're seeing a few more errors off Preston's racket than I would have expected. But I think that's partly because I think the team in white is they're hitting it with a lot of power, right? They're hitting good angles into the wall, and I don't care who you are. If somebody blasts it at you and it's a good angle at the wall, it's just hard to hit a good quality shot off of it.
Yep.
So. And
Scott Young in particular, I almost feel like Preston and Witten's game plan was to play Scott more than to play Lyle, and I think Scott has completely responded to that.
Yeah.
He's made some errors for sure, but he's also hit an exceptional number of winners. In particular, cross court hard to Witten and some reverse corners. Those two shots have been working very nicely for him, and I feel like that's the difference. Lyle has, if you think back on it, don't remember a lot of winners from Lyle. Lyle's played very steady, hasn't made any errors, been able to handle Witten's power. But it's Scott who's really made the winning difference for the younger team. He's responded to the occasion with a combination of angles and power.
By the way, I like your vest. I didn't say that before, but I like it a lot.
Well, you're wearing a vest too.
Oh, the vest.
We're the vest dudes.
Yeah, vest game quite strong at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you, though. I appreciate the compliment. Nice of you to say. Well, I'm not going to count out Preston and Witten totally because they have a lot of experience, and both of them, in both singles and doubles, have come back from 2-love deficits before.
Mm-hmm.
So if any team could adjust and figure out what's going on, they are a team that can do that.
Yep.
Having said that, and the one little hesitation I have about Lyle and Scott is that in both games, once they got to game point, they pressed a little bit. So now this is sort of the equivalent of that in the overall game score. They're now at a 2-love lead. And so the question is, are they going to press to try and close out the match, or will they stay calm and do what they've been doing, which has been a nice combination of both power and accuracy?
Yep. No, listen, it's a great point. I mean, I think the one thing that I'll be interested to see is Preston and Witten haven't been, kind of haven't been getting them behind them, right? So the team in white has spent a good chunk of this match, sort of, maybe not every single shot, but the majority of points.
You only get 2 minutes between games, guys.
No,
did you tell anyone?
The referee is having a little bit of a dig at the players because it was a long break. It was a long break.
Fuller and Young lead 2-love. Third game, Lovell.
So I'd like to see Witten and Preston get the ball deeper into the court. I think Preston's got to tighten up shots like that. That's just too easy for Scott, especially Scott's shown himself very willing to go for that reverse.
And he's way behind on that return to serve, too.
Yep.
He hung out in the back of the court.
There's a gift.
Side out. 1-0.
So just to watch for that, I think Scott has played really nicely over on that backhand wall. But at the beginning of the match, he was pressing a little bit. That's where his errors came in. He got that really out of his system. Now it'll be interesting to see whether he can hang together with victory somewhat imminent.
Yeah.
It is interesting that it does seem like Preston and Witten are really playing Scott more than Lyle.
Yep.
And I'm not sure that that's what I would be doing, but
a little fake from Witten there.
I mean, on this rally, Lyle has yet to touch the ball.
Yeah, it's a great observation, Will. I think I'm not sure. I mean,
1-0, Witten.
All else equal, usually more effective to hit it to the. If it's a righty playing on the left wall, usually more effective to hit it over the left wall. As you know, being a righty on the left wall and retrieving. There's a Philly from Preston.
Nice shot.
It turns into a winner. Hitting.
2-1.
Trying to return a lob or a ball that's coming high, up above your head when you're hitting a backhand is one of the tougher shots. So, with that as sort of a baseline, that's kind of the maybe part of their strategy. This is a pretty amazing shot.
Maybe there's a reason they've been keeping it away from Lyle.
Yeah, no, that certainly would be evidence of why they're not hitting it to him. That was a very risky shot by. There's a unfortunate error from Witten. That was a relatively risky shot. My guess is that Lyle was going for an inside, sort of a reverse corner, but from the middle of the court. But maybe he was going for just a slam.
It came off. He does have that slam shot in singles. So.
Really smart play here, right? So perfect.
Left box.
Put pressure, getting
box.
Witten behind him. Witten hits a relatively weak shot, and he goes for it. Wall goes for it, puts it away. Classic.
Yeah, so we've seen Lyle now, when the ball has been hit to him, he's hit 2 good winners, and that may explain a little bit of the strategy of 3 winners now of keeping it over on the left-hand side of the court. So if that's the case, it really relies on Scott, and Scott has outplayed the other team for the first 2 games. Can he hold it together here at the end as well?
Oh, wow. There you go. Just casual, blasted into the nick. No big deal.
Yeah, well, he definitely has that shot. I mean, it's a...
I think Witten and Preston have called a timeout,
6-2.
which is I'm not totally familiar with. That maybe that's a new SGA rule.
I do not think that has actually emerged into the SDA rules yet.
Feels like it should. I don't know. As I get older, I'm wondering more and more why we don't have timeouts in squash.
Yeah.
But not a lot of them, just a couple.
You probably want some tag team coming in as well.
I mean, if that were allowed, that would do me great service periodically.
Yeah.
Just like a designated hitter or
you'd
pinch
have to
runner.
Figure out who the third is, that you want to have come in and spell you every once in a while.
Yeah, great shot. Yeah, this is not looking good for Witten and Preston, to state the obvious.
Right box, 7-2.
Again, the team in white is doing a really good job of getting Preston and Witten behind them. They're then going for their shots. They're both, Oh, wow, there we go.
That's a great shot. Look at it. Watch this now.
I thought
overhead.
I mean, Witten probably
Beautiful.
came within
Second
an
hand,
inch
7-3.
from nailing Lyle in the ear right there, but it was a great shot.
It was a great shot. Now, I would like to just give Lyle some real credit here, is because when you've been dormant for a while, when the other team has clearly been playing to the other player, it can be, it's sort of like just getting cold. You haven't been involved in the action as much, and sometimes you want to do a lot with the ball, and he's really responded. He's hit a bunch of winners in this game. He hit 3 in a row at one point just a few minutes ago, and he's played really quite confidently and well.
Oh gosh!
And there's another one.
Wow!
I mean,
this is
it's impressive. He's played really impressively this game.
And listen, I think to your point between games 2 and 3, how are they going to respond? How are they going to play in game 3? I mean, they've only played better.
Yeah.
Right. So, now you're looking at who's running around more. It's clearly the team. I guess and is blue. Yeah.
And blue or black, whatever it is. I think it's blue, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going to have to start moving the ball to the back of the court more. Right now, it's quite a few. Here you go. There's a ball to the back.
Yeah,
Here's another one to the back.
Time is not on the older team's side.
Yep.
But they're hanging in here. Just see.
There you go, Lyle. Smart shot. Just resetting the point.
Yeah.
Trying to get back into it.
Really nice. He was on the opposite side of the court from when he usually plays, and he just got it back and completely reset the point.
Unfortunate 10 from Preston.
Yep.
After
that's a shot that Preston Quick can hit that shot so well, and he has made a bunch of errors today. And we have to give the white team credit, because Lyle Fuller and Scott Young have played well, and I can't help but feel that Preston and Witten have felt the pressure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Side out. 4-10.
Now, what I'm a bit surprised by, I would have expected Witten and Preston to really just try to crank up the pace, right? And oftentimes, because it can be a very low risk strategy where you just start wailing at it, and it looks like we're going to have a point disputed, but it looks like another.
Witten thought a ball wasn't up, but that
Preston,
was an error there.
4-11.
I guess that was I guess that was a winner for Scott.
It was a winner. Wow.
Yep.
And Witten did not appeal. He decided not to appeal. Interesting. Okay.
Excuse me.
No let.
Oh, no let. Okay.
5-11.
5-11. We got a Bit of a hill to climb here for the team in the dark shirts.
Yep, Preston, you right. 5-11.
There are comebacks and there are comebacks. This would be a serious comeback.
It's a great
Were
job
they able
from
to
Whitten.
do it?
Right in his wheelhouse. Smashed it into the net.
6-11.
6-11. Oh, wow.
That's a very nice
Side out.
Look at this. Watch
12-6.
Preston and Whitten
Yep.
both moving backwards, and the ball's going forwards. Thus, a winner, and 12-6.
Yeah, they're really good.
3 points from a 3-love victory.
It's a good shot from
Nice
Whitten.
shot by Whitten.
High risk, high reward. Gets the winner.
Second hand, 12-7.
You know, it's funny, that shot can feel like a shot of confidence or a shot of desperation. I felt a little bit like it's more desperation right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Level.
It's good let from Preston. He was getting out of position.
12-7.
Bit of a meatball for Scott to hit, so just get in the way and take the let. Smart. There you go, Whitten. Smart shot.
Good coverage.
It's a little loose drop from Scott.
Coming in, 8-12. Choice.
Let's see if the white team.
This is the time when the white team has pressed in the first 2 games.
Yep.
They press a lot in the first game.
It's a good shot from Preston. A little bit of an inside out.
It is interesting
9-12.
when their backs are totally against the wall. Whitten and Preston have played much better than they have the rest of the game.
Let's see if they can keep up the momentum. Yeah, I mean, I think if this match extends, they're gonna. Preston really needs to work on getting the ball deeper.
Level. 9-12
So
right
if you
box.
see Scott's hitting a lot of balls from right at the cut line.
Yep.
A little bit of a fancy finger work over there on the keyboards. It's like
No fun making fun of our producer. No fair. We love our producer. Oh.
ooh.
4, please.
I think he touched it too.
Well, I
It's
think
gone.
they're saying. I think there's.
It is gone.
Yep,
Yes.
that's what.
Oh, the ball
Preston
broke.
thought the.
Want to grab one from.
He read that the ball broke.
They should be. Oh.
Now,
Thanks,
who would
Will.
disadvantage Peter?
Lau.
Who do you
Lau.
think
I
gets the
would,
advantage?
you know,
from a
listen.
broken
I'd
ball?
normally say that it would be Preston and Whitten, but you know, I don't know. It's what do you think?
Well, I think just given that the momentum has been on the younger players, anything that breaks that momentum might help.
Yep.
So I give a slight advantage to Preston and Whitten, but I think that they're in trouble. They have 2 things going for them.
Yep.
One is vast experience on knowing how to deal with this situation. And the second is that in both the first 2 games, the only time Scott and Lyle really looked a little bit less dominant has been when they got to game ball.
Yep.
And
I think that's
so
right.
this is, and correspondingly, Preston and Whitten have both played better the closer to the end of the game it's gotten. And they have admittedly not played well this match. This has not been one of their stellar matches. But they are good. They know how to play doubles, and they're seasoned, and it would be interesting. They're only down 3 points right now. They have to get this game or the match is over, and it'll be interesting to see how they respond with the broken ball.
I
Okay.
totally agree with all of that. Nothing I could possibly disagree with.
We're in
Level.
violent agreement.
Yes.
There we go.
Whitten serving from the
All
right.
Well, let's see what happens here.
9-12.
I've been so impressed with Lyle and Scott.
Oh, yeah.
They have had errors at the end of the game
9-12.
in both the first 2 games. So let's see if they can keep those out and put this match away. 3-love and get out of here.
Not up. Second hand, 9-13.
Oh, I guess Scott hit a winner. It's maybe my vision's going as I get older. But
Don't tell your partner that before your match tonight.
That's okay. I don't think he's listening. He was out reffing before, but yeah, I think Preston and Witten sort of need to do. They're seeing some gamesmanship here from Witten. Trying to make sure he doesn't get out of position. Oh, there's an uncharacteristic error so far from Scott. That's probably the first one I can think of that he did that.
Well, no, he's done that a couple of times at the end of each of the games. It's very funny. No errors in the middle of the game. And then just at the end, he's made those, and they've all been tins. He hasn't hit it out or.
Yep.
But he's held it together enough in both the first 2 games.
Oh, and wow. I think he just massaged that one right into the net.
Slide out. 14,
almost a dead
match
roll
ball.
There. Beautiful shot. And here we are.
First match ball.
Balls. 5 match balls, really, because.
There it is.
Game and the match.
Great performance.
Nicely done.
Scott and Lyle. Great performance. Well done. Tough match for Preston.
3 games to love.
And Witten. Probably not what they were expecting. Clearly, that wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah.
But really great match from Lyle and Scott.
They were the definitely better team. They outplayed Preston and Witten.
Yep.
I will say that I do not think it's the best I've seen Preston or Witten play. Not up to the standards that you and I both know that they're plenty capable of.
Yeah.
But having said that, all credit due to Lyle and Scott. I don't know who to credit more. I mean, Lyle, when he saw the ball, especially at the end of the second game, he was the dominant player. He just put the ball away. But Scott really hung in there. And, he outplayed the duo. He outplayed Witten on the cross courts.
Yep.
He outplayed Preston on the reverse corners. He was the difference maker today.
Yep.
Lyle, when they hit him the ball, Lyle responded. So all due credit to Lyle. He was, again, dominant at the end of the second game. But the difference maker in this match was Scott Young.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it sets up a very interesting match tomorrow evening between the Heights Casino's own Jim Bamber and Mike Ferreira versus Scott and Lyle. It's an all-English affair. 4 players, 4 Englishmen. We've got Lyle listed as with American flag here, but
no, he's definitely England. Yeah.
So that'll be a pretty exciting matchup. I think based on what we saw tonight, and the team of Mike Ferreira and Jim Bamber, besides both being very, dashing gentlemen, can hit the ball, right? These are 2 power players, even more so than Preston and Witten. And so I think it'll be interesting to see what Scott and Lyle take away from the match tonight to get ready for tomorrow. I got the sense that neither Witten nor Preston was moving particularly well tonight. I don't know why that was. But Scott and Lyle certainly were moving well. Were getting themselves in position. So it's going to be a really fun match, I think, tomorrow. I really hope these guys play as well tomorrow night as they did tonight. I think we've got a good match on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Ferreira and Bamber are maybe – it's a little bit hard because there hasn't been a lot of squash doubles, but they won in the last tournament, Sleepy Hollow. So, in a sense, they're the hot team.
Yep.
They're the number 3 seeds here.
Right.
But they are the most recent victorious team.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm looking forward to seeing how they handle this young team.
Yep.
And, all right, so let's get you ready. We've only got a couple minutes. We're actually on time, despite that taking a little while for 3 games. And we are coming up on the 6:30 match, which is Jamie Hickox and Chris Walker, both English players, both great singles players, playing Adam Buse and Clive Leach. Clive is, well, Chris is actually the oldest player in the tournament.
Yep.
And he's 54 years old, I believe, and Clive is not that far behind. He's 49 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got two older players, but they're not on the same team this time.
Right.
Each of them is paired with somebody younger. So Jamie Hickox is 38, which is, it's significantly younger than 54.
Yes.
And Adam Buse
that's
is 34.
Good math there, Will.
So Adam is from Minneapolis and has won a lot of doubles tournaments. We'll tell you about all of them, but do you have some preliminary thoughts? And are you staying with me? You got to go get ready for your match.
I will hang out for a little bit. A couple points. Adam Buse, I guess, is the youngest player on the court. You're going to all wonder, he looks like the oldest one.
That's not nice to say.
No, he's a friend. He does a very stylish beard, so the one with the very stylish beard is Adam Buse.
Yep.
Buse used to be, what was until last fall, the adult squash pro at the casino, so he's a home favorite here. He really started focusing on his doubles game probably 4 or 5 years ago, and he's really become one of the top players on the tour. He plays the left wall, generates a lot of power on the backhand. Can hit a lot of winners, kind of whether it's over his head or drop shots, reverses. Moves well. So I think you're pairing him with Clive Leach, who's one of the who's been around the game for quite some time. Clive is the type of player that he hits a lot of very interesting shots, a lot of very interesting angles, can hit a lot of winners, doesn't get flustered, doesn't obviously, like any of us, doesn't move quite as well as he did back in the day, but, like the comment I said about Chris earlier, positions himself really well on the court, and so that is, while it's important, speed is important, like I said, it's positioning is almost half the battle. I think, my prediction is this is going to be 3-1. It's going to be Busey and Clive they're going to win the first game. They're going to win the second game. They're going to lose the third game and win the fourth game.
Okay,
and I'm trying not to, I'll knock on wood, I'm trying not to jinx them because obviously.
I was about to say that if you are a betting person, now that Peter's given his scores,
maybe you do the opposite.
You should pick, except that the reality is that Clive and Adam are the number 4 seeds.
Yep.
Adam is actually ranked number 13 in the SDA rankings.
Yep.
Which is, very impressive. And Clive is ranked number 19. Jamie is ranked number 32, and Chris is ranked number 58. So Adam and Clive are definitely the favorites in terms of what's predicted to happen, and along with your prediction. But I don't know if it's a little bit too early to call it the Kelly jinx or not, but when you predict 3 games to 0 for one team and the other team wins 3 games to 0, it's certainly not.
There must have been
not a charm.
Something happened. My prediction was going to be accurate. The moon must have gotten out of alignment with
black cat that ran
Sagittarius,
onto the court.
or whatever.
Gotcha.
I'm not a big astrology person, but I'm sure that's what happened.
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah.
Must have been.
Maybe there's a solar flare.
I don't know that that's a luck thing, but.
No, in some cultures, I believe it is.
Oh, is it?
No, I have no idea.
You have no idea. You're just making things up now.
Well, try to save face.
Yeah, I understand. This is all prior to us seeing you actually on the court, where there might need to be some real face saving going on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you want to identify me, I'll be the fattest one out there. So, listen, one thing I always like to try to figure out especially since we're broadcasting the warm up, is who wins the warm up. So I'd like to hear some. Apparently there's an Instagram account associated with this, but who wins the warm up? My view is that Leachy is very, very good warmer upper. He's going to hit a lot of really weird shots. He does all these holds. He's exaggerated swing motion. His warm up, I like his warm up. I think he's very good at warming up. Very good player, obviously, but I think Busey's going to do his best to keep up, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold a candle to Leachy's warm up.
So just to make sure everybody understands that those are the two players who are on the court right now.
Yes.
Adam Buse is on the left. He's the one sporting the beard that Peter talked about.
And bald head.
He's the head pro at the Minneapolis club, and he's also the director of squash programming for the Minneapolis urban squash program, which is called Beyond Walls. He is from Scotland originally, has a physical education degree from the University of Edinburgh, and he comes from a family of teachers. He was here at the Heights Casino for a little while as the adult squash pro and the squash doubles pro. He's a very good player. He's number 13 in the SDA. He's 34 years old. He's been the finalist at the MAC Open with Matt Jensen. He's been the Briggs Cup semifinalist with Will Hardigan. He's been the St. Louis Open finalist with Colin West. That's as recently as 2019. He was the Pittsburgh Challenger champion with Graham Bassett. He also was the most improved player just a few years ago in the 2018-2019 season. And he's been the Canadian National Championship doubles finalist a couple times and the Jim Bentley Cup finalist. So he's got quite a bit of doubles experience despite having grown up in Scotland. He's a very good player. As I said, he's the highest ranked of all four players who will be on the court tonight at number 13. His partner, the one who Peter just said is the maybe one of the best warmer-uppers, is Clive Leach. He's from England. He's 49 years old. He's number 19 in the SDA rankings. He grew up in England. He was the number one junior in England in the under 12s, under 14s, under 16s, and under 19s. He represented England in the juniors, was ranked in the top 2 all the way through all age groups. He got to a high of number 27, which is quite accomplished on the PSA World Tour. He was at the NYAC for 8 years, Westchester Country Club for 6 years, and now he's at Westchester Squash. He's a world champion in 2015 and 2017. He won the Kellner Cup champion with Blair Harler. He was the Big Open Apple champion with Willie Hosey. He won the St. Louis and Maryland Cup with Chris Walker, who's his opponent tonight, and was a Nationals doubles finalist in 2002. That's going back with Eric Volchek, who's a Heights Casino product himself. In 2007 with Scott Butcher, who's from Canada. He's been in the finals in 36 pro doubles tournaments, and he's already started winning age group national titles, despite the fact he's still playing on the SDA.
Yep, that's right.
So,
and Will, I apologize. I'm going to have to take off.
Peter, thank you very much.
Great to see
Good
you.
luck tonight. Play well.
So much.
You got the hometown rooting for you and a lot of fans who you just made over the internet. So take care. So folks, just to remind you, this is Will Carlin. I am the head commentator for the 2022 David C. Johnson Jr. Memorial Squash Doubles Championships held at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn, New York. I'm being joined by different players as we go along, and as the tournament goes along, there may be one or two who stay with me for more of the time, but I will be here for all but the first two matches tomorrow. So the first two matches will be held by somebody else, but today we've got two more matches tonight. We've got four matches tomorrow, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, two matches on Saturday, and the finals, one match on Sunday. And I will be here for all of those other than the first two matches tomorrow. So again, just to remind you of the match we are about to watch, this is the 6:30 match, which is the 7th out of 8 round of 16 matches. This one is featuring Jamie Hickox and Chris Walker against Adam Buse and Clive Leach. The team that is on your screen right now warming up are Adam Buse and Clive Leach. They are the significantly higher ranked team. Both teams are made up of one younger player and one older player. So Jamie Hickox is 38 years old, Chris Walker is 54 years old. And on the team that's on court right now, Adam Buse on the left-hand side of the court is 34 years old, and Clive Leach on the right-hand side of the court is just about to turn 50. He's 49 years old. But he still is ranked number 19 in the SDA. Adam is ranked number 13, and Chris Walker is number 58, and Jamie Hickox is number 32. So the team that's on the court is expected to win. They are the number 4 seeds in the tournament. But Chris Walker, out of all the people in the tournament, has the best squash singles pedigree, making it to number 4 in the world in the PSA. I mentioned it last match, but in case you're just tuning in for this match, one of his most impressive accomplishments is that he is the only person in squash history ever to make it from the first round of qualifying for the British Open Championships. He not only qualified, he made it all the way to the finals in 2001, lost in the finals, but he's the only person ever to make it from the qualifying stages to the final championship match. He represented England a number of times, well over half a dozen times. He was ranked number 1 on the Pro Doubles Tour in 2007 with his opponent tonight, Clive Leach. So he has good doubles experience. He was 2009 U.S. Pro Challenger champion with Mark Challoner. He's 2013, he won the U.S. Nationals. He is an accomplished doubles player as well. And his partner, Jamie Hickox, also made it in the top 50 in the world in the PSA World Rankings. He won 5 PSA titles. He was also the U.S. National Racquetball Champion. Now, I should explain that racquetball in England is not the same as what we think of as racquetball in the United States. It's actually a little bit of a crossover game between squash and racquetball. It's played on a squash singles court, so it's not longer. It's played with racquetball-like rackets, but a very different ball that's much less bouncy than a traditional racquetball. And it's really almost an equivalent of softball squash that has a slightly bouncier ball. And it's a great sport for thinking strategically, playing really long points. And it's a terrific game as you get older, but younger players who play it can be quite good. And Jamie Hickox was the British National Racquetball Champion in 2013. So he, like many of the players in this tournament, is very accomplished with any racket in his hand. And I've already given you the background on Adam and Clive. What we're looking for in this match is just to see whether or not Chris and Jamie can make some headway. And they're the people who are on the court right now. So Chris Walker, who's on the left-hand side of the court, he's the one who is number 4 in the world. He's famously a lefty, and he also has had, I think, double hip replacement surgery and coming back from that. And he's been moving pretty well post-surgery. And Jamie Hickox is on the other side of the court, is the younger player, 38 years old, and the one I was just talking about who's the British National Racquetball Champion, or who was in 2013. They're going to try and use a little bit of youth. They're going to try and move the ball around a lot. I think Clive Leach is probably the relatively least mobile of the 4 players. But he's also maybe one of the most talented people with a racket in doubles of all time. He can really put the ball away from crazy angles. So it's going to be an interesting match. As I said, Adam Buse and Clive Leach are the number 4 seeds in this tournament, and it's early in the season, so we'll have to see how it all shapes out. But they are expected to win, but I think a lot of people are looking at this match as being an interesting match. We've got no Americans in this match, so one of the things that's interesting, of course, is that a lot of these guys grew up playing, when they played doubles, they played softball doubles, which is played on a slightly wider than usual softball singles court. It is a little bit wider if you're playing it for real, but a lot of people grow up just playing doubles on a softball singles court with a softball and 4 people on that court. It's a crowded space. It's a very different game than squash doubles. So to see all 4 of these folks come and learn our hardball doubles game, and not only learn it but excel in it, is really a treat. And it's something that a lot of softballers do seem to be able to make the transition to hardball doubles fairly well. And I think a lot of them who do it really enjoy it. I talked to Cameron Pilley yesterday about which game. He's a world champion in softball doubles, and he's had some good success in hardball doubles. And he really liked both different games a lot, and we are interested to see sort of how they have been doing. So we're getting ready to start the match. I'd like to welcome, I have a co-commentator, and he's fresh off the court. He just was one of the victorious partners and the one that I was extolling.
Players ready?
Just a little while ago, because I felt that he was really the difference in the match.
Can you hear me?
So please welcome Scott Fuller.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
I think you need to put your microphone a little bit closer to your mouth there.
There we go.
Who's serving?
Is that better?
That's much better, yeah.
Who's serving?
So, Scott, first of all, congratulations. I did tell the audience that I thought that you really were the difference, because the other team was really trying to play you, I felt. They were hitting the majority of the balls to you. And at the very start of the match, you made a bunch of errors. Mm-hmm. And at the start of a couple games, you made some errors. And at the end of a couple games, you made some errors. But the rest of the time, you were the difference.
Yeah,
you hit a ton of, and 2 shots in particular I thought you hit really well were your cross court to Witten. You actually beat him on a whole bunch of cross courts, and your reverse corner back to Preston. You hit those for winners a number of times. And I thought that they were trying to play you. You held up. You didn't break down. And your team won 3-love. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it was just about trying to avoid those errors I was making. A little bit of ring rust out there. Haven't been on court in a tournament for a little while.
Ready?
It's great, so great to play in front of all these, in front of that crowd out there. But yeah, just trying to.
Hey, Cox and Walker to receive.
Going to get picked on a little bit as
Hughes
the
Leach
left
to serve.
Just trying to stay solid.
Players ready?
Well, you did a really good job, and I think
please.
A lot of people were predicting
please.
The other team might beat you guys.
Level.
You guys deserve to win. You were the better team tonight.
Oh, thank you.
All right, let's turn our attention to this. This is quite an interesting match with no Americans, 4 Brits, 1 from Scotland, but the other 3 from England. Do you have any preliminary thoughts here?
I think that Buse and Leach are going to be the team to beat here. I know obviously Clive has been playing for a very long time. Adam's a very good player as well. I've had the pleasure of playing Clive, and he's very tricky. It's very tough to break down out there. So now I would say they're going to win 3-1.
3-1.
Buse and Leach. That's going to be my prediction.
I like the fact my co-commentators have no problem putting out a prediction tonight. So
we'll see. Maybe I'll. I would like Jamie. I actually used to live with Jamie. We went to the same university.
Oh, is that right?
University of Birmingham. A few years apart, but I'd like to see him do well out there. But I think Buse and Leach are going to be pretty tough to break down.
Well, I've seen. The only person I have not seen play doubles is Jamie, but I actually have seen him play singles quite a number of times. So I'm actually probably more familiar with his game as a singles player more recently than anybody else. But I have not seen him play doubles before, whereas I've seen all the others play a lot of doubles.
I think he's probably the newest to the game out there. I have played a few practice games with Jamie a couple of years ago when he was living in Greenwich. And obviously he hits the ball great. It's just to see how much he's picked up over the years, and he can make that transition.
Well, your prediction is going with what the seedings are, because you probably know Buse and Leach are the number 4 seeds in the tournament.
Yep.
So they are expected to win. But Chris and Jamie are talented. And Chris has a nice pedigree, but he is 54 years old, if you can believe it.
Clive was telling me before this that he's, for once, not the oldest guy on the court, so I think he's pretty pleased. He's feeling pretty good about himself out there.
Well,
was that the beam again?
That was the beam, the dreaded beam. Did you hit the beam today at all? I don't think you did. I don't remember.
I think at least maybe in the first game I hit it once or twice.
Okay.
A few. I'm not sure. We weren't sure who was going to hit it, and I kind of lashed it a few and hit the beam.
It's a Heights Casino staple. We've talked about it in previous matches. So
yeah, it was my first time playing here, and everyone that I spoke to before coming was like, watch out for that beam.
Watch out for the beam, yeah.
I don't think it should play too much. But it certainly can give a few points here and there.
Among amateurs, I would say the place that gets hit the most is on serves.
Really?
A lot of people hit it on serves. We actually had a double fault in the first one of the matches yesterday. I think Ryan Cuskelly hit his second serve and hit the beam. So he...
where did he hit the first one? Did he hit it twice?
No, he hit a hard serve that was missed. I think out on. He was trying to hit it down the center of the court, and it missed there.
Okay.
And then he hit a lob serve that hit the beam. That was the double fault.
Shot.
That's a great shot there by Adam. Straight
on the left,
Chris's
1-2.
knees.
Adam told me before the match, I was chatting with him, and he said that he hasn't played nearly as much in Minneapolis as he was when he was living back here on the East Coast. But he said that he felt pretty good. He was eager to see how he would play. So he thought he felt good, but he wasn't sure because he hasn't played a lot of matches. So
yeah, I'm sure if he's been playing with the members out there, I'm sure he don't really know how you're gonna be playing until you get out there. I haven't played a tournament in a little bit, and I certainly felt like that. It was a little bit of ring rust.
And out 3-1.
You're just waiting to kind of hoping it all comes back together when you get out there.
Yeah, well, you really, again, very impressed with how you played. And I'm very interested to see your match. I think you're playing Ferreira and Bamber tomorrow.
That's true, yeah.
So that'll be a real test, because in some ways they're the hot team on the tour right now, having won the last tournament.
Yeah, and so Jim and I went to school together, and
oh dear, Clive.
I have a feeling that
Clive on the left, 3-1.
Yes.
Sorry, coming in 3-1.
I know that those two are also old partners, and they might like to give each other a love tap from time to time.
Well, he didn't hit it hard, did he? I mean, that was definitely.
They're smiling out there. I wouldn't be surprised if Chris gets him back at some point with another gentle one. Bit of gamesmanship. Clive is, of course, so good at that.
Both Jamie and Chris thought that serve was down.
Shot.
And he's appealing now. This is a nice winner by Clive.
Serve was good. 4-1 on the right.
Into the neck.
Yeah, great shot.
One of the things that Clive through the years has done, I think, exceptionally well, and I'd be interested in your thoughts, is from situations like that, he can just bury the ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
think he knows from every situation on court, he knows what is his most high percentage winner. How's he going to end that point? What shots he going to pick? And Clive is, I know Clive a little bit, and he's just such a competitor, and he's got a ton of experience, and he knows exactly what he's
5-1.
Very calculated out there.
Yeah. He cares a lot too. I mean, it's
Fault.
There's more of that gamesmanship there.
Well, you saw Chris's hand go up immediately. Chris is watching. He serves like a hawk.
He's quite the showman, Clive. So I'm not sure where Chris is from in England, but Clive and Jamie are both from the Birmingham area.
On the right, 5-2.
So I'm they go way back
In the front wall.
as well.
Down. Thank
Another
you.
Great shot from Clive there.
On the left, 6-2.
Jamie's got to try and cross there. Try and get on that right wall.
Yeah. It's a bit much to ask the 54-year-old to cover 3/4 of the court.
Yeah, I think you're gonna. Well,
That's probably not a winning
shot.
strategy.
got another. Is that Jamie there? Great shot.
And out,
Yes.
3-6.
That's the winner.
Atoning from his past mistake there.
That's a shot that he has in singles. He has a very nice, I don't really want to call it a kill shot, but a very forcing shot where he gets the ball aiming for that short neck.
Yeah.
Chris just stopped play. He's stopping play. Nobody else has stopped.
I wonder what the problem is there. He's pointing at something out back. Maybe it hit the around that red line
let, please.
at the back of the court.
3-6 on the right.
It does make a sound, so maybe a
Yeah,
ball.
there's actually a tin there on the back of the court.
On the right.
On this court. It's not true on every court, but the outside has a little bit of a tin, and so I'm confused as to what that was about. But anyway, we're in the first game. The number 4 seeds, Adam Buse and Clive Leach, do have a 6-3 lead early in the first game. They've been hitting a bunch of winners.
4-6.
Actually, Adam has hit that shot for a winner. He made an error there, but he's hit that shot for a winner twice already in this match.
Yeah, it's very tough for Chris there because he doesn't know if he should cross because there's like kind of a late turn there from Adam. And it
4-6 on the left.
It's a good tactic to try and get the guy out of position quick and open up onto your forehand.
Second serve.
That was a beamer. So you can't see the beam on this from this angle, but that was a serve that just hit the beam. Just so you all know why that was a fault.
Jamie's keeping with that straight rail there. You might have to try and cross a few to Adam's side, get it on that good sidewall spot.
Oh, nice.
Oh, look at that shot. That response by Clive.
On the right, 4-7.
He can still move around the court.
Yeah. I think
an
Chris thought that he
guy.
had the advantage there. He had sort of made Clive move, and Clive was like, nope, I see it. And look, they're playing with each other's pants now. They definitely know each other. They, as I mentioned earlier, they were ranked number 1 in the world as a pair, Chris Walker and Clive Leach, way back in 2007. So not only are they friends, but they were a successful team at one point together.
Yeah, I know they were. That's why I
Left
think
side.
You'll see a few fun games between the two of them, the old partners there. Clive doesn't let any decision go down with a little bit of a discussion.
Yeah.
Put some doubt in the refs' minds.
He's usually tweaking them, though. It's not. Even when he sort of seems to be angry, it's done with a little bit of a wink and a smile, I think.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing out there for sure, and he enjoys it. He enjoys that spotlight.
8-5. And Chris again thinks the serve was a fault.
Second serve.
It's a great shot there by Adam, though. If it wasn't out.
It took the appeal to get the judges to overrule and say yes, it was a fault. So I don't know if the referee is not seeing it as a fault or if he's, one of the tricks about refereeing these days is you're trying to enter stuff into the system quickly. And if people serve quickly, you might not be looking up at the exact moment, which of course you're supposed to do. But I wonder if they're just missing it.
9-6 on the left.
Yeah, interestingly, so we all grew up reffing on paper, and guess we're just much faster at it. So when we try and fiddle around with the iPad, and it does take a little extra attention. Make sure you get it right.
Well, for doubles in particular, I've done a bunch of scoring, a bunch of refereeing, and the doubles, it's not complicated, but if you're not used to it, it takes a little thinking. It's not automatic.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the scoring it on paper is a nightmare.
Oh, I'll show you the system sometime. I was actually the head referee for this tournament for about 5 years at one point, so I developed a good system.
Yes, I tried my usual.
But it was all on paper.
Oh.
No iPads when I was the head ref.
It's let.
Chris
on the left, 9-6.
Athleticism there. I have to say he is in phenomenal shape for someone who's 54.
Well, he's also had hip surgery.
Wow.
So he's feeling like a little bit of a spring chicken, like he got a second life in squash, because when his hips hurt, he told me that it was just brutally painful for him to play the sport that he loves, and now it's like a new lease on life.
I think that's one of the surgeries they do best, right? The hip is a pretty good one.
Yep. And I've just had knee replacement surgery myself, so.
How long is that? How long has that been? You've been recovering from that now?
I'm in month 9.
Good.
But I've been playing for a while. But it's been a real recovery. But it's going to be great.
Now
my knee feels terrific.
It's a great 3-wall boast there from Chris.
It's let 7-9.
The score on the
score on the screen, it's 7-9 now, folks, just to let you know. 7-9.
That's a great shot there from Clive.
Really nice.
Holds Jamie, gets him sinking back.
On the left, 7-10.
No one really expects you to play that shot, especially when
Jamie
you hit
on
the
the left
back wall. And
I
to
mean,
go
he's
for reverse is tough.
8 feet behind him, and he goes for a short ball there. That's an impressive shot.
I'm always too scared to try that in case I hit somebody. But Clive knows exactly where everyone is.
You held up a number of times on shots where we were discussing that you could have potentially taken real advantage of your opponents, but we credited you with good sportsmanship on that front.
Yeah, I think, apart from, we got lucky in the first game when Preston didn't ask for a let. He could have had one, and then he hit one straight back to himself. That was very fortunate. I mean, the game could have been very different if that didn't go our way. But I think Preston
on the
was
left.
very happy to play everything, and I thought unless it was glaring, I was going to do the same thing.
Oh, that's a hard 10 there.
8-10.
Yeah, well, there was only one ball. I actually thought, given that you had held up your shot a bunch of times, they gave you a no-let once when you asked for one. But I thought that you were very fair, very good sport.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's
down
nice
the middle.
to see. I think safety lets.
10-all.
I never mind a safety let. If you're scared of hurting anybody, of hitting anybody.
We were at at the club I work at. We were at our tournament, and it was our big member final and match ball. And the point before, one of the guys had said, "Oh, you got to play the ball." Next point, ball goes to the back down the middle, and guy plays it. Could have asked for let, gets hit in the eye.
On the right, 10-all.
Seeing that, you definitely want to have safety at the top of your mind, especially in doubles.
Yeah.
You could get seriously hurt out there. Pace is definitely increasing here. Jamie's giving it a whack.
It's let 10-all on the right.
So there have been a number of backswing lets here where That's this is the third point in a row, I think, where we've had a let.
I think the ball's getting really hot. It's probably getting a little like that.
Spot.
Getting tough to control, and you've seen the guy's not able to control it.
And out 11-10.
Comes into the middle.
I think whoever's refereeing has
11-10.
gotten uncomfortable with the iPad and is not keeping the accurate score. So it's 11-10, folks. 11-10 right now. Not 8-5.
Clive, I wonder what his first serve out percentage is. Got to be very high.
Yeah, it's true. He's hit a bunch.
I think he definitely does it deliberately just to mess with the rhythm of the game.
You think he serves out purposely?
I think he goes for a very risky serve purposely and doesn't mind if it's out in the first one.
Got it. So he's not necessarily trying to get it out. He's just trying to do something different.
Just to do something crazy, and if it works, great. If not, he's happy just to break up the rhythm of the game.
Good shot. On the right, 11-all.
Nice shot by Jamie.
From behind.
So 11-all. This is a nice performance by Jamie and Chris. Jamie Hickox, Chris Walker, who are the team in the white. And they are at 11-all in the first game. They are the definite underdogs in this match. So this is a very nice performance. And that's a
Good
terrific shot by Chris.
That out, 12-11.
It's the first time in the game they have the lead. So it's now 12-11.
My predictions are not quite in jeopardy, but the old commentator's curse.
Yeah. It's okay. It'll give me something to tease you about if in fact you prove incorrect.
Yeah, I don't mind being wrong.
Yes, let 12-11.
Okay, we are down to, as people call it, the business end or the end game strategy here of the first game. We've seen the pace increase quite a bit. Ooh, that's another nice shot by Jamie.
On the left, 13-11.
Yeah, it's too loose there from Adam. Jamie's gonna put that away all day.
Second serve.
As another beamer.
Oh, wow, that's a great shot. Reverse three wall.
14-11.
No idea where it's going. Anyone there? It's a great
and it
shot.
almost rolled. Reverse three wall.
Yeah, very
nice. That's a lefty shot too, I think.
Absolutely. I can't see myself playing that on my backhand over there.
Yeah.
Too much wrist involved. I have to dislocate it.
Again, look at the pace is definitely increased here.
Out of court.
Out of court. Adam Buse won that exchange.
On the left, 14-12, left side. I'm saying that. Yes, let. 14-12 on the left. 14-12 on the left. Everyone will call let. Yeah.
That's
14-12 on the left.
Probably classic Clive there.
Carry on,
Just
please. Carry on.
Create a distraction at this very important time in the game.
I love what he said. Think about it. Think about it. Preston, think about it.
He does make you doubt yourself out there if you're reffing.
Well, now that I know it's Preston Quick who's refereeing, he's not likely to get intimidated by anybody.
I think I reffed Clive in one of my first doubles games, and he let me know what I should be thinking out there for sure.
All right, this is a good long point there.
Great shot.
Great, saved one game point.
And out 13-14.
13-14.
I don't even know what you call that short shot here. We call it a corkscrew on the singles court. I guess it's a Philly boast.
No, that's not a Philly. A Philly is from the front of the court. But it's
just a skid boast of some kind.
Yeah,
some
it's probably
variety of
skid boast. Yeah. Corkscrew. We sometimes say corkscrew as well.
Brave,
out of court.
Brave
Wow.
3-wall there from
14
Jamie
all.
at that stage. I mean, you got to hit the nick there, otherwise you're scrambling.
They had 3 game balls. This is the third one. Now it's a game ball for each. This is needless to say, a monumental point.
Well, best point in doubles. There's another outside from Clive.
To your point, going for it, doesn't care.
Sense out there, no one wants to make a mistake.
Oh, wow, look at that shot by Chris Walker. Nicely done.
Showed him cross court or showed him a reverse and then just ripped it down the line.
Ripped it down the line. That's a classic softball single shot.
Absolutely. You can tell he was a pretty good player back in his day. Great shot.
Yeah, he has the pedigree, that is for sure. So that is a little bit of an upset, that first game. Adam and Clive came back and made it a 1-point game, but a nice performance by Chris and Jamie. So, having said that, you made the prediction that Adam and Clive were going to win. You said 3-1. So is that the one, or are you sticking with your prediction?
I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to say I'm bang on still. I think Clive and Adam are going to
take the next 3.
Turn it around to take what they got to. I'll stick with it. Why not? And you can tease me when we go to a potential whatever, if it doesn't quite work out. But that was a real seesaw battle there. I thought Clive and Adam started off well, and Jamie maybe was playing a little too singles-like, softball singles, and then he figured it out. He started to play a few more angles and move the ball around a little bit more. So
he actually hit a bunch of winners, right in the sort of 2/3 point of that game. He hit 3 or 4 winners right in a row. Yeah,
he started to feel good. He made a few mistakes as well, but I think towards the end there, Jamie's looking pretty strong, and I think the fast pace is gonna suit him. Like those fast hands, trust his technique. Well, that's the final shot. There's a great shot from Chris.
It's a nice performance by both of them. So tell me a little bit about what you're going to do. Now, tomorrow you play Michael Ferreira and
James Bamber.
What time is that match? Do you know what time it is?
I think we're scheduled for 5:45. 5:45 right now.
I'm going to miss the first 2 matches tomorrow, but I will be here to commentate on your match then. Do you have any preliminary thoughts about, strategy maybe, or how you're feeling?
I think, we're feeling good after our first win there. We've got a bit of confidence now. It's obviously Jim and Mikey are, as you said, like kind of the hot team right now.
Yep.
So we're gonna, no pressure for us. We can kind of got a free license to go for a few shots out there, but we're gonna have to be very disciplined, hit our spots, and be prepared to stay on there for as long as it takes. I think when there's no ways they're very clever. They got a lot more experience than us, so we're gonna have to really take it to them, but play smart, bide our time. And then I'm not sure who we would target. They're both pretty solid on there, so we're going to just have to, try and pick the right shot and see how it works out for us.
Do you anticipate them trying to do the same strategy where they're going to hit a lot of balls to you tomorrow?
I think so, yeah. I think that me on the left wall, I think I'd prefer to play on the right side, so I think they will probably target me.
Players ready?
Bit, but I started to feel better out there, so hopefully they do target me and I can make them question their tactic.
You can respond just as you did today.
Quiet, please.
Well, again, everybody, this is Will Carlin here. I am
Cox Walker, lead 1 game to love. Quiet, please.
Commentator for the duration of these championships, and I'm sitting here with Scott Floor. I'm Scott Young, who just won with Lyle Floor in the last match, 3-love victory over the experienced pair of Preston Quick and Witten Morris. He played very well, and he's been giving us insights into this. Now, for those of you who may not have been here from the beginning, Scott did pick Adam Buse and Clive Leach to win 3-1.
2-love.
So they've got to come back and win the next 3 games in order for his prediction to come true.
2-love.
Yeah, I'm sitting in the hot seat a little bit here. I don't feel super confident about my prediction now, but we'll see. I think Clive won that first point there, so maybe feeling a little easier. I think Clive is, I'd say he's due for a second serve beamer.
3-love.
But he's probably too experienced to hit the beam on his second serve. But you can be sure he's going to have a few second serves.
That's pretty close to a foot fault, too, the way he steps out and that.
I don't think I've ever heard, I've seen one foot fault called in doubles.
What? One was called in your match?
No, not in my match. In my whole doubles.
No, but in your match tonight, they called a foot fault.
They did?
Yes.
Against who?
Against, I think Witten. I think Witten had a foot fault called against him.
Oh wow! I was too focused on the ball flying at my.
We were shocked. We were shocked. A foot fault? Did we hear that right? That's what we thought we heard. Foot fault. So.
Thought the ball was good. 4-love on the left.
I think that Clive and Adam are probably going to try and really mix up the hitting to Jamie now. Try and give him a few different looks. There's one of them.
Yes, let.
That's
first
close.
Serve. That could. I mean, you can't really even see if that's in or out. It's so fast and straight at the middle line there.
Yeah.
Need a Hawkeye installed.
The thing that's funny is if a fault is called, Clive is like, what? He's incredulous.
Yeah, Clive never thinks it's out. Another good shot there from him. 5-love.
Well, this is a good start for the number 4 seeds of Adam Buse and Clive Leach, who dropped the first game by 1 point, 15-14.
On the left, 5-1.
That was a good spot down the middle there. No one knew who was going to take that.
Again, they are the team that is favored, but I think a lot of people were expecting this to be a good match, although definitely Buse and Leach are favored.
Right side, 6-1.
That's a very confident shot there.
That is.
Some momentum for Buse and Leach now.
Well, Adam has hit. He's made some errors, but he's also hit a bunch of winners. I think, he admitted he hadn't been playing a lot, so I think the more that he does that, he's going to be feeling more and more confident.
2-6.
This may be a case of sort of not only working your way into a match, but if they were to win this, also working their way into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what Chris is saying to him there. Want a change in tactic.
I think that was Jamie who wanted to listen to Chris. Maybe.
Out of court. Left side, 3-6. 3-6.
So if you're playing somebody, you're on the left wall, and you're a righty, so you're using your backhand on that left wall, and you're playing a lefty like Chris Walker.
Thank you.
Do you have any adjustments that you want to make? Are you thinking about it, or are you just playing sort of just how you would always play the left wall, regardless of whether or not they're a righty or a lefty?
I think you don't want to change too much, but I think you have to be conscious that if you get it to that back door there, Chris is going to be on it. You're going to have 2 backhands, and it's maybe a little harder for him. If you hit it at his body, hit it at his hips occasionally, you're going to be getting him in some awkward positions. You just don't want to. You're probably playing extra effort not to leave one kind of a little loose where the left-hander can just crank one.
Left side, 4-7.
Especially shots like that, if you leave, especially on the left-handed side there. Those are tough. So just trying to give him a few different looks, not let him get into any rhythm on his forehand, make him handcuff him and give him a few strange angles.
On the right, 5-7.
It's a great shot. 3-wall boast again there from Chris.
Yep.
Yeah, second. 5-7.
They were down 5-love, I believe.
5-7.
And now it's
whatever they said to each other in that little huddle, it's obviously paying off.
That was the moment where it started to change.
Oh, that was tight.
Oh. Nice get.
They're working Adam around the court
Adam
here.
is running.
Clive staying where he is. Great shot, and then he does that. That's a very nice shot there from Clive. Now lovely hands.
Holding his position, waiting for the ball to come to him, putting it away when it does.
That's a bad error, though. Clive will be
on the right,
annoyed with himself there.
Well, he also called Adam off of that ball.
Off Adam's forehand as well.
Yep. It's a ball where you really want him not make an error. Is that a winner by Chris? I think it was.
I think so.
Yes, it is. That's a winner. Nice shot. So they've come all the way back here from 5-love down to 7-8.
Oh, Adam goes for it again.
8-all.
You know, this is a place, tell me what you think, Scott, that if you're the favored team and the other team's putting up resistance, you can start to press a little bit, I think.
Yeah, you can start to feel a little bit. This shouldn't quite be happening. I'm sure these guys have a lot of respect for both Jamie and Chris, but you're the number 4 seeds no matter, and I'm sure it's a little bit of it's in their head psychologically when they get a lead and the other team just keeps pegging them back, especially being a game down.
And, you know, and big lead. I mean, a 5-point lead, that's a real lead.
Great shot there by Adam. Yeah, very pretty
Coming
shot.
in, 10-8.
Falling away, falling to the back.
They needed it. If he didn't that one, that could have been pretty costly for his confidence.
Fault.
Another fault from Clark.
Oh.
11-8.
This is definitely a seesawing battle here. This momentum keeps shifting, trading errors and winners.
That's a nice get by Adam. He had to really hustle there.
Just let 11-8.
It's a good call by Clive because it wasn't a bad.
That was looking a little like it was going to get pretty tight there.
Yeah.
Yeah, great shot again there by Chris. Nice hold and then
11-9.
Aim for the crack.
Yeah, it is interesting just having that racket up there and holding it. It just throws Adam for just a split second there.
Yeah, gets him to freeze his movement, loses his momentum.
But look at that shot by Adam.
Right back
what
at
a nice
him.
response.
12-9.
Chris
But
got a screen
notice
there.
the difference there, though. He's not really holding it. He's swinging right through it, just
Yeah.
taking advantage of the early shot.
I think they got Chris out of position there, and he
Yep.
just wanted to get it in there as quick as he could.
Asking for a let.
He's surprised. He's surprised that's a let.
12-9.
No, there's no way that's a let. Where's the let? Clive was asking for the let?
Maybe he thought Clive asked for a let. I'm not sure.
12-9.
He's going to struggle to get a let there.
Yeah.
We have the benefit of a replay, though.
That is true.
Guys, stop. I thought the ball was down, guys. I thought it hit the tin. I thought your ball hit the tin. You thought it was good. We're playing a let. 12-9 on the right.
I didn't see that.
Neither did I. It happened all so fast. Clive thought it was down, though.
That's a nice get by Chris. And a good recovery back to a good position.
Good heat there from Clive.
That is a hard hit ball.
And everyone's always
Jamie
worried
just
about
can't catch up with it.
Clive's short stuff is it's always so potent that everyone's looking for it short, so when he hits it hard, it's even more effective.
That's a great point. Do you watch American baseball at all?
I've listened to more of it than I've watched.
Because there's a principle in there that you just reminded me of, which is a fastball pitcher is only as good as his curveball, which means that it's sort of what you're talking about. If you set up a lot of curves, then your fastball seems faster.
Absolutely. We talk about a lot on the squash court, like what kind of threat can you create. If you have a really good in doubles reverse post, everyone's looking for it, and that just creates space everywhere else.
Oh, wow.
It's a great shot there.
Thank you.
What was
Game,
it, Adam?
15-9.
Wow.
House down.
Okay, well, your prediction's looking...
Still alive, yeah?
It's still alive.
Still alive.
We've had a nice comeback. You know, that game was close until it wasn't at the very end.
Yeah, it seesawed back and forth, but then Clive and Adam were able to kind of cut out a few of their errors and kind of assert some control over the points.
It's interesting how sometimes games go streaky. So that was 5-love at one point.
Yeah.
Then it was even in the middle. And then there are 5 or 6 points in a row at the end. So a little streaky for sure.
Yeah, doubles happens like that. It's anything can happen, and it's often momentum shifts, and you get a run, and then something happens, and then it shifts back the other way, and Clive and Adam are able to come out on the right side of it that time.
As you're watching these points, I'm struck by sort of the variety of winners that are going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys all have a ton of experience out there. They know every shot in the book, and they're using them. There's some of myself and my partner are a little newer to the game. We're still fighting some of our softball instincts, and we don't quite have all of these shots. So we can play them, but not confident in them just yet.
Well, you won a round in the David C. Johnson Memorial Junior Squash Tournament, 3-love. I'd say you've made the adjustment fairly well.
Sticking with what we're good at. He's my coach up there.
Yeah, your coach and opponent tomorrow, right? You two are going head to head tomorrow.
He looks a little overconfident for my liking up there.
It's a little too big a smile from Jim Bamber up there. It's clear that he's feeling like no problem. So just to orient you again, we are in the round of 16 at the David C. Johnson Jr. Memorial Squash Tournament. This is the 7th out of 8 matches. And the last match that is coming up after this will be featuring 2 Heights Casino products playing against each other. So we have Clinton Liu and Ahmed Anvari. Ahmed grew up here at the Heights Casino and is a very good doubles player, against Jordan Braille and Peter Kelly. And Peter Kelly was my co-announcer for the first couple of matches and also grew up here at the Heights Casino. So we've got 2 Heights Casino products for our final match of the evening. But as we've gone along today, we've had 3 matches that have gone through where we've had
players ready.
Scott Young and Lyle Fuller beat Witten Morris and
Leads
Preston Quick. And we had Scott Arnold and James Stout beat Josh Hughes and Valentin Kwan. Both of those matches were 3-love.
All set. Play, please.
Belied how good, how well the losing team played in each. And we are here in the 3rd match that is not going to be 3-love.
Sorry.
This will be the first
missing the line,
4-game match of the main draw. Actually, every match so far of the round of 16 has been 3-0.
Okay.
Until this match right here.
Level.
So
I'd still say anything's on the table here, but sticking with my prediction.
And your prediction was that Buse and Leach would win this match 3-1.
Absolutely, I'm sticking with it.
I don't think you said which game they would lose, so you're really safe on all fronts.
Yeah, I had no idea, if I was honest with that one. I just think there's so much more variables in doubles. Oh, that's a good shot. partners are often changing, so you don't have maybe don't have a team that's they're slower starters. Like maybe in singles you get slow starters and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's a little harder to predict that kind of thing. And someone can put together like a run, and all of a sudden they're 14 something up, and that's their game out of nowhere. It's a great shot there from Jamie.
Nice shot.
Nice hold.
2-1.
He's actually used that reverse successfully against Clive a few times there.
I'm sure they must be thinking about trying to expose Clive up front. They get him off the ball and get him right
Second
into
hand,
that
2-all.
That front right, and then that's why
On the right, Chris.
he's so dangerous from everywhere else.
It's going to be hard if Clive hits winners off the back wall like that.
Yep.
That's another good forcing shot by Clive.
And Clive varies everything so nicely back there. You just never know what he's going to do next.
Look at that. Another great overhead
From Adam.
Adam has hit that same overhead now
And now
3
3-2.
times for winners. He made an error off of it early in the match, but since then, 3 winners. Again, he admitted to me before the match that he might be a little bit rusty, and he was looking to get the feel, and I would say that he's sharpening up as the match is going on.
Absolutely. It'd probably benefit these guys if they, both these teams to get a tough match first up, feel some of that heat for the next round. No matter who wins this. Good get from Adam there. I thought Jamie would have just... I thought Jamie would have blasted it at him.
Here? He's trying a touch drop shot.
And Clive was then trying to say he stopped, but not sure about that, Clive.
I'm taking that as a no.
Yeah.
On the right, 3-all. Buse on the right, 3-all.
I think he would have taken it had it been a winner, so I think he can't take it with the error.
Absolutely.
Scott, where are you staying while you're here?
I'm actually going to be traveling back to, I'm going to travel back. I live in just outside of Greenwich, so I'm going to travel back there tonight.
By train or by car?
I'm going to go on the train back today.
You
so
are.
It's going to be quite a journey, but I
Hand
came
out,
by
4-3.
car, and I just got to have some early morning commitments to
4-3.
take care of, and then I'll be back here for the afternoon matches.
Yes, let. Yes, let. 4-3. Yes, let. 4-3.
Not quite sure why that was a let there. I think Chris has maybe got to play that ball, although you don't want to see him boast it into somebody.
Yeah,
Jamie trying that
you saw exactly. You saw the same thing I did. Jamie was trying that reverse to take advantage of Clive.
Some trickery there.
Adam got it right.
Adam smashed it straight
On
at
the
him.
right,
Smashed
4-all.
Straight at him. Nicely done by Adam. Good read.
I don't know if he had much
I'm
else.
sorry.
That ball
Left
looked pretty
side.
tight from
4-all.
From Chris there.
Chris was trying that same hold before he did it with his backhand. That one on the forehand was a little bit less deceptive than his backhand was.
Yes, let. 4-all.
Nice hold there from Adam. See, he got, I think it's a lead in the end, but he had both of them tap dancing a little bit.
Yes, let. 4-all.
Good let there. Jamie again with that reverse. He might have to try and vary that a little bit.
Woo. Oh. There's a little bit of a hit and a prayer there. Look at him.
On the right.
Hoping.
He knew it was the right shot, but
Yeah. Just couldn't quite execute.
Too soft.
It's let 5-4.
Good call. Everybody's saying thank you, Chris.
Probably happy he didn't take it earlier because Adam was out of position there.
That's a nice drive by Adam.
Yeah, good heat.
Oh, wow. That's a great get.
Nice.
What a get. And again.
Back up there so fast.
Wow.
Uh,
What a way to end the point. Dude,
Wow, I can't believe how quickly he got up there.
that is terrific playing from
Hand
Adam
out.
Hughes. Well done.
and out 5-all.
Deserves the crowd. Now, he was the pro here for a few years, so he's got a lot of fans up in the stands.
I think a point like that could hopefully could maybe be a momentum changer for Clive and Adam here.
You know, once again, I think Preston is not keeping score on the iPad accurately.
A few frantic points out there now.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's the middle of the match, but both teams seem to sense that this game is.
Yeah, no one wants to come on 2-1 down.
Oh, look at that!
Nice shot there. Nice hold again.
Right down the middle.
I'm not sure we've seen that one yet from him.
Views
down
on the
middle
right.
there, so no one
5-6.
expected it.
It almost looked like he might hit a reverse there, and instead he just popped it right down the middle of the court. I think he said 7-8 was the score.
No, Clive won't be happy with that one.
And out 7-5.
Oh, 7-5, sorry. Nice running. Adam's doing a lot of court coverage here.
That's nice choice.
Look at that shot.
Good spot there from Clive.
On the left, 7-6.
I'm used to seeing him hit it that hard with his forehand, but he can do it with his backhand as well.
I know when he was partnering with Jim Bamber for like a year or two, he played the left wall, so he's got it all.
Yep.
Don't think he cares which side it goes on.
And out 7-all.
Another bit of a streaky game here. Jamie and Chris
7-all.
took a lead, and Clive and Adam have pegged it back again.
Well, we had that flurry there where everyone was hitting hard and moving well, and I feel like it's just tailed off a little bit here.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone really wants to keep those frantic rallies going the whole time. They are fun, but you don't always have the best of control over them, so I think people are happy to just slow it down and try and think about things a little bit more. I'm sure it'll come back, though.
That error.
7-8. It's let.
Ooh.
7-8.
Good call by Chris, because
On the right.
he's in trouble there.
Any looser, though, and Adam might have...
Might have been a stroke.
Yeah.
Yep.
Second serve.
That, I believe, was another one that hit the beam. That's a nice get.
Feels like another important rally.
Yeah. This is a little bit of the franticness that you were talking about has come back into this point. Both teams sensing they want this point. Oh.
That could be a stroke, yep.
On the left, 8-all.
It's a good call.
Left side, 8-all.
Yeah, I think Adam likes that that kind of sidewall, front wall, overhand, forehand there.
Yeah.
Overhead forehand. Jamie was just taking that away. Good get there from Chris.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Great shot. Clive wanted that one.
Yeah. Got the fist pump
On the
there
right,
going.
9-8.
All right, so it's 1-all, 9-8. Again, the team in black, Adam Buse and Clive Leach, are the number 4 seeds. They are heavily favored in this match against Jamie Hickox and Chris Walker, but Chris Walker and Jamie Hickox are experienced and good. Chris Walker and Clive Leach were partners together for a number of years. They made number 1 ranking a long time ago, about 15 years ago. And this is a rivalry and an interesting match. And it's been really fun to watch so far.
It's another big point here. Good lob there from Clive, reset the point.
Oh, wow.
Tight rail from Jamie.
Look at that. Just a nice rail.
And out, 9-all.
That was really about width more than pace or depth.
Yeah, sometimes the old standard rail is just what you need. Oh, good shot there from Adam.
On the left, 9-10. Nine-10.
Ball's very warm out there. Tough to bury that reverse.
Did you find it warm when you were playing?
Yeah. I think it's definitely one of the faster courts
9-10
that we play on. But when you haven't played a tournament in a few weeks, the pace is just
9-10
always higher.
Yeah.
You can't really replicate it, no matter who you go and play with. Everyone just hits it harder, and there's more people in the building. So it's definitely you got to play in these tournaments regularly to get used to the pace.
Yeah.
The ball just gets so much warmer when you're playing in the tournament.
Oh, nice shot.
Wow. Look at that.
And now 11-9.
Where I play a lot of my doubles as well, we have a very high ceiling, so you get a lot more lobs and stuff, and that just naturally cools the ball down. So
yeah, it also means a more variety of shots, so that it's not getting constantly
fault.
Yeah, it's very high. You can
hit the top
at the front of the court. I play at the field club, and you can just go and lift that
Loft
thing into
there.
the stratosphere, get it coming straight down on someone.
That's awesome.
But when it gets warm, if you get like some good players on there hitting it hard, it becomes like this a little bit as well.
All right, we're at 1-all, 11-9 for the number 4 seeds.
Another tight.
Adam on the right.
Tight rail.
11
so
to 10.
Making his
we're
presence known in the middle there, and too tight for Adam.
a 1 point difference. 11-10 for the team in black, who is serving right now. It's 1 point separating the two teams because they're at 1-all in games. The team in black are the number 4 seeds in the tournament.
Who's your pick for the tournament with no Monik and Callis, who I'm sure would have been favorites?
Yeah, it's really too bad that Monik's not here. I don't know, the top few teams are all sort of irregular teams.
Oh, that's a bad error there from Clive. He's going to be kicking himself for that one.
And out, 11-all.
I don't know that I really have a favorite right now. I'm enjoying watching the matches, but Stout looked good today.
I think, yeah, Stout and his partner, Arnold, yeah. I blanked on his name for a second. They're going to be
tough. They're going to be
tough to beat.
Ferrer and Bamber, who you guys are playing tomorrow.
I'm sure Jim with some.
If you guys take them out, well, then you become the favorites. But
it's a stroke.
they're certainly the hot team right now.
Absolutely.
On the left,
Clive having some
11,
fun
12.
with the referees and the judges again.
Up to his usual tricks out there. I think Chris and Jamie know him too well to. I think if that wasn't a stroke, I thought that would be a stroke. Jamie hit that right back at himself.
Yeah.
I can see why Clive is
11-12
protesting.
He's still talking to one of the judges up there.
I think that was probably the guy who gave him a stroke. Maybe it was a split decision.
And out, 13-11.
It's a bad error there from Jamie.
Yeah, it's too bad. That was so it's 13-11, not 11-10 as it says on your score right now. 13-11.
Good lob there.
Another good lob. Oh, but he missed the drop. He had it positioned exactly how he wanted it to.
On the right, 13-12.
I think Chris knew he was going short as well there, though. I think Clive could have taken that kind of a short cross court, but too late now.
Yep. So 1 point again.
Good spot there.
All right, good spot. That makes 2 game balls.
14-12.
Was it Haycox and Walker who had the game balls in the first game? Or did Clive and Adam have the lead and they lost it?
It's let.
No,
14-12.
Haycox and Walker had the lead, then they lost it, but then they won.
Yeah.
And in the second game,
14-12.
Leach had the lead and they were able to put it away. And right now they have the lead. Will they put it away or will we get to extra points?
12-14.
An extra point.
Anything could happen here.
Here we go. Third game is huge here. Both teams really want this point.
No one wants to play 5 games of doubles, especially this early in the tournament. It's going to take a toll on your arm and your body.
That's a nice dig by Chris Walker to get that reverse.
Adam goes airborne back there. Not enough, though.
And out, 13-14.
All right, that's 1 game ball fought off. 2 more chances for Buse and Leach.
My prediction is hanging by a thread here.
That's true. I hadn't thought of the personal stakes for you, Scott, but
I'm acutely aware of I could be made to look a fool here. Clive comes up big on that last point there.
a lovely get by Clive and an almost get by Chris, but in fact, Buse and Leach, the number 4 seeds do take a 2-1 lead, although by the hair of their chins. And Scott, you're looking good. Your prediction's holding true.
I have I'm hoping for my prediction's sake that third game has a lot of value. I think it's definitely a big difference walking on there 2-1 down compared to 2-1 up. But so far, this has been a very streaky game.
And
tight game. I mean, anything could happen really here still.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this went to 5.
You think there's a good chance it can still go to 5?
Good chance it can go to 5, I'd say so, yeah. If Jamie and Chris can put together a few good points, and I mean, Clive and Adam have made a few errors between them there. If they don't cut those out, I think Jamie and if they can cut out those errors, I think they'll be fine. But
now, is there any benefit to going 5 this early in a match? I know you just said a moment ago you don't want to go 5, but is there any benefit, particularly I'm thinking just because there's been rust, there's been time off, this is the first match. I guess maybe it could affect fitness, but this is really a place where I almost feel like getting more squash in might be helpful in the long run. Yeah. Do you think that's just wrong?
Absolutely, having court time, especially if you prevail in a 5-game match. I mean, that's a big confidence booster, and you're definitely going to have that confidence when you experience it again later in the tournament, or maybe not. But I think definitely for there's some older bodies out there, dare I say it, and they're hitting it very hard, and I guarantee you their arms are going to be, if they haven't played in a while, we've had a big break on the tour here, they're going to be feeling their arms. You're going to see a few massage guns and whatnot after this. So if they can recover mentally, I think it's a good thing. Physically, it's definitely going to take its toll.
And they don't have a day off. The teams that played yesterday basically got today off, but everybody plays tomorrow. So that's going to make a difference. There really is. You got to recover and get back out on the court again tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I think everyone's got the ability to do that. But I think that Clive and Adam are going to want to finish this off in 4 and take an earlier night here, as opposed to play a 5th game. And who knows? 5th game, anything could happen. Anything can happen in doubles 5th game, and no one wants to go there.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
Apart from the crowd, maybe. It's better for the crowd, but
yeah, the crowd. Well, I think there are 2 players, maybe Chris Walker and Jamie Hickox, who wouldn't mind seeing it go 5 also.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, for Buse and Leach, to some extent, they could be thinking right now, okay, this is great. We've had a nice challenge. We're the number 4 seeds. We've gotten a good workout. Now let's put it away.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think sometimes when you get that critical 3rd game, your confidence actually can get a spike.
Yeah.
But
Players ready?
If you're not feeling confident, on the other hand, this being this close against a team you're supposed to beat, you can be edgy the whole way through. It'll be interesting to see.
Lead 2 games to 1.
I have a feeling they could be a little edgy still, because that was a tight game, and Clive may feel a little fortunate to have won it the way he did. He was a good get, and he just caught the neck. It was a good shot, but he may not have expected to.
Players ready?
To roll that out
Level.
there. The patient first rally here. Both teams wanting to get off to a good start. Good get there from Adam. Great shot there from Clive.
Well, they're starting off.
One love on the right.
They're starting off as though they've really got something they really want to put it away.
Absolutely. They were a lot more, it felt like they were a little more patient in that rally there. I'm sure they agreed to try and stay solid for the start of this game, take their chances, but not give away anything cheap. I think they'll probably be a little unhappy with how many errors they've both hit. They'll want to get rid of those.
Well, I thought Adam actually he's really tightened his game up. He's made few errors after that first game. I feel he got himself out of position. There's still a positioning camp he's doing a little bit, but
it's a good shot there.
Good shot. Great get by Chris. He's moving. Remember, he's 54 years old. He's moving pretty well for 54 years old.
And he's shut him out. Has he got it? Oh! Jamie with a nice old school singles drop shot there. Straight into the neck.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
1-all.
I think Chris Walker's pretty famous though for his just his physical condition.
Yeah.
I think everyone's pretty impressed when they see him, and probably wouldn't believe you if you told them he was 54. He's in great shape. Good shot there from Adam.
I'm old enough to remember when Chris had a nice,
2-1
big,
on the left.
frothy, full head of blonde hair, though.
Wow.
Which is not there
2-1
now.
Sorry, 1-2. You're correct. 1-2.
That's a good shot.
Good shot there. He knew Chris was
now 3-1.
Scrambling from behind him, executed that reverse.
My early impression is that Adam and Clive are feeling confident now. They're feeling...
Certainly looks that way, but I think they've had pretty good starts in a lot of their games. So I'm sure they'll be planning to keep going now, but...
You have commented on the fact this match has been streaky a few times. That's a gorgeous drop shot.
Yeah.
Watch how far he has to go to get that.
On the right.
Chris was like
3-2.
a gazelle storming after that one there.
That's impressive as heck.
Very explosive going forward there. Good heat there from Adam. Ball definitely, I think that ball's probably been beaten up for a few games now. It's definitely maybe a little slower. It's not as warm as it was in the first couple of games.
Yes, let. 3-2 on the right.
In the last match, your match, the ball broke.
Yep.
At the
second, in the middle of the third game, I think.
It's actually a time that we thought potentially it would give Preston and Witten a chance to work their way back in.
I was actually thinking the opposite because I think they won a few points before that happened, and we were like, okay, let's break up the momentum here with this ball. Yeah, I was just trying to think positive on the court there.
That's a good way to look at it.
I think Witten had a little tweak in his knee, which obviously in a little way makes him a little bit more dangerous because he was just had no tension in his arm. He was teeing off on us a little bit, just trying to hit winners. So we were a little concerned with that in our game.
Well, you handled it very well. All right, 3-all. So
on the court.
What looked
on the left, 3-4.
Still looks like I feel
Second
like
hand.
Adam and Clive look a little more relaxed, but
they're pegging him back. That lead is almost gone.
Oh,
wow!
That's a very confident shot there from Jamie. Oh, maybe not. That was he was at his end of his range there. Great shot though.
Yeah. That's a nice shot.
Clive showed him cross court.
I could see as soon as
5-4.
He let it go, there was no chance he was going to get that.
Yeah, he's going to try and slap at that. It's not coming back. I feel like there's definitely some more patience from both teams, though. More effort to get the ball to the back. What happened
Nobody's there.
He
On
said
the right,
yours.
5 all.
No one was there. Oh.
No one was there. Adam thought that Clive might take it. Clive thought Adam might take it. This is a classic case of both players saying, yours.
Yep, down the middle. Solves that riddle sometimes.
So that made it 5 all again. I mean, every time it looks like Clive and Adam start to get a lead,
Did he tin that?
And out 6-5.
disintegrates.
Oh no, he got it. Well, maybe not. Maybe that was.
I think it was a 10.
You almost need a light to go off on the tin when it's been hit sometimes.
Watch Chris again. No problem. I'll
On
go
the
get
left,
that.
7-5.
Clive was.
You can dive, Adam, but I'm going to go get it.
Clive was not interested in covering that left side either.
No.
He just stayed there.
So 5-3 for
8-5.
Adam and Clive, and now they are down 8-5.
Yeah.
5-point swing. Oh, 6-point swing.
Wow.
That's
Another
a nice,
good rail
nice
there.
length. Boy,
9-5.
Chris has actually played very well at the start of this game.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's done that rail 3 million times as well over his career.
Yeah, but he's moved really well to the front of the court 2 or 3 times that I think surprised everybody.
Yeah.
And also not just moved well, but then hit some good shots on the recovery.
Oh, they look
Look
like
at
they could be running away with this a little bit
10-5.
here, this fourth.
Wow. Now, do you think there will come a point at which Adam and Clive will say, okay, let's go to the 5th?
Maybe. I think 1 or 2 more. They need this next point for sure. 11-5, and they might be in the back of their minds.
I mean, you can see
11-5.
Jamie's feeling it now. Jamie's just all over it.
Yeah, they're looking strong, and
So at the beginning of this game, I thought that Adam and Clive looked relaxed. That's going to be a stroke. Yep.
12-5.
wow, straight at him. Yeah, I think they might just go and regroup here. Just go for a few crazy ones, and if they can get a few points back, they'll keep
12-6.
going. But I think you could see some shooting here from Clive and Adam. Oh.
And out 7-12.
Yeah, I guess if Jamie and Chris try and finish it too early, that could let them back in there. They got to stay patient.
Well, that happened to them in the first game, but they did hold on by the skin of their teeth. Oh, another 10.
On the right, 7-13.
Adam hadn't made an error for a while.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tall order now.
I think we're headed for 5. Scott?
Yep, I think so.
That doesn't do much for your prediction, but you can
And out
still predict the
14-7.
winning team.
I guess I'm still alive right now. I'll wait till this.
You did predict 3-1, though, I just want to say.
Yeah. Well,
Short.
is that game?
No,
Didn't make it.
no, that was an error.
Chris
14-8. Sorry, on the left. 14-8 on the left.
Lots of game balls here. That's a nice lob. Wow. Great lob.
And there again.
Another one. That's going to be a winner. Lob for the winner.
Game.
And the
Games are
4th
2-all.
game.
Bit of cat and mouse there between Chris and Clive. I'm sure Chris will have enjoyed lobbing it over his partner's head there a couple of times. His old partner's head.
His old partner's head. All right, well, we are here at 2-all So again, just to bring everybody up to date, this is the 7th out of 8 round of 16 matches. All the other prior 6 matches that have been played so far have all been 3-love matches. Some of those have been close, some less close. But this is the first one that is not 3-love, and we are going the full distance. We're going to 5. This is the number 4 seed, Clive Leach and Adam Buse, who are in the dark colors as you're watching the replays right now. And they're playing Jamie Hickox and Chris Walker, who are in the white. And although the number 4 seeds were heavily favored, a lot of people thought this would be a good match, although I think most people would have felt that Adam and Clive were going to win the match. But now I got to say, it's anybody's match. The momentum is really with Chris and Jamie at this point. I mean, they just won the first really decisive game of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they... Clive and Adam started off that 4th game. They looked pretty good, and then Chris and Jamie just stormed back and never really looked back. Clive and Adam didn't really know what hit him there.
I think I said it 3-1, and then at 5-3, I thought that Adam and Clive had looked relaxed, and they were like, I really thought they might be the one to get a quick and easy game.
Yeah, maybe they took their foot off the. Sometimes in doubles, you relax for that 2 points, let's just stay calm, and they stop attacking like they were, and
the whole thing changes.
The other team just runs away with it.
Yeah.
You got to keep your foot on the pedal.
Well, I know you predicted before the match that Clive and Adam would win. I'm not giving you. I'm giving you. You don't have to stick with it. Just to stick with it. You don't have to be persistent or stubborn. What's your feeling right at this moment?
I have no idea. That's my honest feeling. I think I thought Clive and Adam looked pretty strong in that 4th game, and they lost it. They lost it pretty comfortably in the end, and so this 5th game, who knows what's going to happen. I think they definitely have the momentums with Chris and Jamie, but I'm sure Clive's got a few tricks up his sleeve, and they're going to really want to win this 5th here.
It has been a streaky match. So
Absolutely.
One thing I think we can say is that throughout, it's been hard to tell, even when one team's had a lead, because the other team sort of closes the gap with their own streak of 5 points in a row. So I think it's going to be important to see who gets on top early. Let's see, 1st to 5, 1st to 10.
I think that I'm gonna stay with the trend. I think Adam and Clive are going to get 1st to 5. I think Jamie and Chris are going to get 1st to 10. I think it's going to be 14-all in the 5th game here. I'm going to just go out and call that.
Okay, well,
throw a wild prediction
like the
out
prediction.
there. Wild prediction, but hey, I want to see a 14-all point in the 5th game. Doesn't everyone?
What I like about that is that you're predicting excitement.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, there's definitely going to be fireworks here. Clive's not going to roll over here, and I know Chris and Jamie really want to win this as well. So
that's great. Well, I hope everybody at home is tuned in and comfortable. I hope you've got some snacks and you're watching this match, because we've got a good one going on here. And our first 5-gamer of the tournament. Particularly interesting because Chris Walker, who's hitting the ball right now in the warm-up, and Clive Leach are old former partners who were number 1 on the tour for a couple years, and now they are playing against each other as the definitely 2 oldest guys in the tournament, the Sage veterans, and that makes it fun, makes it interesting.
Absolutely.
They've had some give and take with each other, both in between points, and then on the very last point of the last game, Chris hit 3 lobs in a row.
And one up Clive a little bit there. I'm sure Clive's going to be keen to settle that score.
Yes.
But I have to say, they've I don't know. I know how good they are, but they don't look like the oldest players in the tournament, that's for sure.
No, they do not.
Games are 2-all.
I mean, Chris is...
Quiet, please.
Clive is shooting the ball really well. He's maybe he's not moving as well as Chris is.
Yeah.
But Chris is moving.
Quiet, please.
Chris is the oldest player in the tournament, and he's moving extremely well.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, there's a little bit of fortune to start off the game there.
Hand out. 1 love.
I'm sure Adam will be hoping for that shot at the end of the game, but he'll take it to start with here.
Nice shot.
2 love.
That's hard because it was hit really almost over Chris Walker's head.
Yeah, that's how I believe Monik got
hurt
when he got hit on the top of the head. There
Yeah.
was that exact incident where he was ducking and the guy Mikey played it anyway. As you probably should. You want to see flowing points.
Oh.
Good spot there from Chris.
Clive on the left, 2-1.
I don't know what Clive was
2-1.
thinking there.
He must have seen that late.
He's
He's gonna try and go between the legs there. That's a real exhibition shot.
Yeah, I think you're right. He saw it late because he didn't really move for it either. There's that serve. He got it in this time.
Good shot there. Was that good?
I think it
And
was.
out, 2-all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great shot there from Chris. Just can't leave it there.
It's let.
Yes,
2-all.
that. All right, 5th game, 2-all and 2-all. Here we are.
Nothing between them.
Oh, don't. You're taking Joey Barrington's line from him.
Oh. Those guys, when Adam gets that ball in the front, both he and Jamie and Chris
Slut.
just stop
2-all
moving back. They
on the
know
right.
he's going to hit it hard.
A few lets, though.
See how far Jamie is in the court back there? He knows Adam's going to smash that. He's 3/4 of the way back.
That's a nice
On the
shot,
left,
boy. I thought
2-3.
I have to
Left
say I
side.
thought he was going to hit that hard. That was good deception.
Yeah, he's definitely got them thinking about the hard deep one now.
Oh,
Tied again.
3-all.
Little straight stun there from Jamie. Close to the wall. Great shot. Oh,
smart.
yeah, Clive. He's seen that situation
And out.
before. Straight
Yeah.
into
4-3.
space. Jamie didn't see it.
He thought that
Thought it was good.
he read
Good.
that Chris was moving
4-3.
over to try and cover for Jamie and hit it right back to where Chris should be.
We had a beamer there.
I think mostly in this game the beam has come into play only on first serves.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been a factor otherwise.
Yes, let.
Ooh.
4-3.
Clive is not happy with
On
that.
the left.
Demonstrating there.
It's a let. It's a let.
I'm not sure why there's so much argument here. He was clearly lined up
It's
there.
a let. Decision is made.
Yeah.
4-3.
I mean, I think Adam has to be on the side wall there. I don't know why that's anything else. Otherwise, Chris just has the one option, or smash it straight at Adam.
What I don't understand also, first, I don't understand why they're taking a break. Why are they taking a break?
That's a good question.
I don't
know.
like, there's no timeout in squash. Why are we suddenly, why is the door open? What's happening here?
I think someone must have got injured or something. Or
Scott, what's happening?
broken a string would be my other guess. I'm going to go with it's an injury timeout or they've broken a string.
I don't know why the door's open. I don't know why they're off the court. It's not between games as far as I know. There's no game break in 4-3.
Maybe the ref will tell us, but it must have broken his racket or something like that. Maybe that's why he was so keen for that as well. He wanted He had a broken string or
Oh,
something.
that could explain it. That might be why Adam and Clive were annoyed.
Perhaps,
Is
yeah.
because they realized,
Views
oh,
on the
he
left,
broke his
on the
string, and he
left.
was looking for any opportunity to call
Left
let.
side.
Although I do
But
think that
I
was,
didn't
Three.
know the string was broken, and I thought that was a legitimate let situation, regardless of the
Quiet,
string.
please.
I'd agree with that.
So he may have been looking for it, but it wasn't like it was outrageous. But we don't know, but I'm guessing, I'm going to say that's a good prediction of what happened there. It was a broken string, and that's why the door was open. That's why they were taking a break.
Yeah, good shot there, straight on his racket. I think
beauty.
Adam may have missed
On
his
the right. Second hand, 4-all.
missed his spot
Clive.
there.
Clive on the right.
I think he was trying to go for that sidewall front wall again and maybe just miscued it.
I know it's hard to get the positioning in order to do this, but I will say that the front right corner for the white team seems to be a winning area.
Yeah,
Yes, let.
absolutely.
I don't think that Clive
all.
is covering that part of the court super well.
You may be right there, and I'm sure Chris and Jamie are aware of that.
Yes, let.
They haven't been
Adam's
all.
got
that successful at getting it
Serve
there,
is good.
though.
2 serves.
And that's a credit to Clive and Adam.
Yeah, Clive knows that as well. He's trying not
Yeah.
to set that up.
Yes, let.
Adam's got a cross on some of these serves here. Otherwise, it's always going to be Galette. There we go.
There you go. You called it.
Nice hold there from
That's
Chris.
a great lob.
Showed him short and just knocked it over their
Hand
heads.
out.
And-
5-4.
And caught a bit of the crack back there.
Well, as my squash coach Richard Millman
Yes, let.
says, if you can get into the back corners, 75 things can happen back there. You
Good
never know
advice.
what's going to happen in the back corners.
Especially, even more so on the doubles court.
Yes, let.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it,
Yes,
really,
let.
it can go up against the sidewall,
5-4
it can go
on the
against
left.
the back wall, it can pop out at you, it can nick on any of 3 different places.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's,
So another variable back there.
you sort of have to go in there expecting
5-4.
that
Expecting
any
anything.
of them can happen.
Especially in doubles with that ball is just far more
2
reactive.
serves.
Yep.
That funny bounce can really throw you. You have to be prepared for it.
Another one.
Oh. Clive's not going
On
to
the
be happy
right.
with that.
6-4.
That's.
I think that Clive and Adam may be slowing down here.
I think you're correct. They need a good point here. And that could be a stroke.
Is
Stroke.
it? Yep, stroke.
Straight at him.
7-4. On the left.
7-4.
Clive
This
and
would be a big upset. This would be our first upset. It's our first 5-game match, so maybe
yeah, Adam needed that shot there.
that's
On the
that's a
right,
great shot, isn't it?
7-5.
Look at that. Beautiful.
That's another
Wow.
one in a row there. Here we go. This could change
Now,
the momentum a little bit.
6-7.
Clive and Adams. I think
That's
Adams definitely-
huge.
He's
2
trying to force
huge
something
shots
here.
by Adam. If they win this game, those 2 shots, remember those 2 shots. Because they may wind up being the thing
Yeah.
that got them back into this game.
Yes, let.
Yeah,
6-7.
they definitely needed to change the momentum a little bit here. It was going a little too easy for Chris and Jamie. Change something up.
Look at that.
That's another
That's gonna be a
stroke.
stroke. Yep. It's gotta be.
On the left, 6-8.
Jamie's actually
That's what
pretty
you
far
call
back
sort
there.
Leach
of
on the
all
left,
or nothing
6-8.
shot because he knows he's up there. If he doesn't fake him out, it's gonna be a stroke every time.
Yeah. I think most people would definitely be
6-8.
up the court hunting one of those kind of reverses or roll corners. Jamie just knew Clive was going to hit it deep.
Oh. Down.
Clive learned his
Nice
lesson.
shot.
Look at that. Took all
7-8.
the pace off of that. A soft reverse corner. I kind of love that shot.
Yeah, it's very pretty. Oh,
Wow. Here we are. I'm
8-all.
saying those two shots by Adam Buse, the two overheads, reverse and the overhead into the neck.
yeah, we'll see.
Those were the two things.
Fault.
Or one of them was a return to
Fault.
serve, wasn't it? The second one was return
Yeah,
to serve.
two backhands though. Two
Two
backhands
backhands.
that outright winners.
I think that was the momentum stopper. They were in deep doo-doo right there.
Oh. Wow, people aren't.
Yes, let. 8-all on the left.
Well, everyone wants to win out there.
Left side, Clive.
That's a little revealing moment of Chris Walker's state of mind there, that he would.
Yeah.
He's trying to make a point. I understand the point he's making is that I want to hit this. I really want to hit this. There's a winning opportunity here. But when you push somebody like that, it's also like there's an excess of adrenaline going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you're when you're on there experiencing it, he probably feels like Adam's blocking or something, but I don't see too much in it. But it's always skewed when you're on there in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, I actually think I haven't seen a lot of traffic issues between them over there.
No.
I'm a little surprised that happened.
Oh,
wow.
great
Nice
shot.
shot by Jamie.
Yeah, I don't think you push
And
someone
out,
though unless
9-8.
you feel like, well, maybe he wanted a stroke. Who knows?
Anyway, I'm just going to call it an excess of adrenaline.
Hang on.
All right.
9-8.
Fifth game, 9-8. Number 4 seeds up against the wall here. They're the team in black. Chris Walker,
Thank you.
Jamie Hickox, the
Wait,
team
let.
in
2
white.
serves.
Team in black definitely favored. Team in white considered to have a chance. It's been a great match. Streaky match, but a lot of good shots. Exciting. Look at that. Look at Clive moving around.
It's a big point here, I'd say.
This is a huge point.
Especially with the way it's developing here.
Nice.
Down.
That is a great shot by Mr. Walker.
Adam covering
On the right,
Clive up front there.
10-8.
Yeah.
Right side.
Don't see that so often. I think it's, yeah, the pro getting into the other pro's front corner. Clive wasn't that out of position.
I think Clive was happy to let Adam go up there, though.
Yeah.
He just would have liked Adam to get it.
It's let. 10-8 on the right. On the right.
So if the white team holds on, this will be the first really big upset of the tournament. This is the first 5-game match of the tournament.
Great shot by Chris there.
It's let. Yes, let. 10-8 on the right.
these are some tense moments out there. Both 3 players in one corner, right at the front there.
10-8.
Well, this will be the 3rd or 4th time we've now played this point, so.
Out of court.
Oh, wow. That's the 10, though.
Left side, 10-9.
Here on that
10
back wall.
there.
Yep, there is, in fact, a 10.
Jamie must have been trying to do someone else there. Maybe he was going to go for a kind of a skid boast or something.
On the left, 10-9.
And just hit the front wall first.
10-9.
No let. No let.
Oh.
Hand out.
I think Clive
Use.
talked him into that
Hand
no
out.
let.
10-all.
Yeah, I think Chris definitely had some space to play that. He was a little out of position there, like a little
He
close
was
to himself.
definitely taken off guard, but I actually think he could have played it.
Yeah, both players had cleared out the way there. I think he's got to play that. Clive certainly thought so anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, nice
Oh,
shot.
Wow.
that's a big shot again there.
Look at that shot.
That is a gutsy shot at 10-all.
And world class.
I'm sure Clive would have teed
11-10.
off on him if he'd missed that, because that was risky, but great shot. Just what they needed.
Oh, no. Wow.
Clive on the right, 11-all.
11-all. 2-all, 11-all, folks. Put down your phone. Pay attention here. This is happening. Real time. 2-all, 11-all.
Fault.
Maybe Clive's 15th out serve, first serve.
Oh, nice get. What a point. What a
good shot,
point. What a point. Wow. Clive Leach coming up with the winning reverse corner.
Clive on the
That's
left.
an
12-11.
ankle high volley there. That is very tricky to play.
12-11. All right. Clive Leach, Adam Buse, the number 4 seeds momentarily take the lead.
Clive looking very confident out there. I think he feels some momentum there after that shot.
Oh, that's a
Could
stroke.
be a stroke.
That's going to be a stroke.
Oh, Jamie.
Stroke.
Yep, it's got to be.
13-11.
Okay.
Those are two
Can
big-
the number 4 seeds hold on and take this 5th game? They look like they might be out of it at 8-6 down.
Hang on. 2 serves.
I think Clive, pretty sure he knew that Chris was not ready there.
13-11.
And he was surprised he hit it in. Ooh.
So off the back wall, a big setup opportunity. He got it back.
Chris missed his went for the outright nick there.
Oh, but he gets a second chance, and this time he doesn't miss.
And Chris celebrating,
A double fist bump.
And out.
riding
12-13.
Clive's face there.
12-13. Oh, off the back wall, but out of court.
I think the ref could have.
That's it. That's going to be 14-12.
ref was certainly in danger there.
left.
That back wall was
on the left side.
heading into the crowd. Almost.
Yes, it was. It was actually very
12-14
close to heading
on the
into
left.
crowd. 14-12. These are match balls for Clive Leach and Adam Buse.
I feel like
The number 4 seeds.
Clive might go for something off the serve here. Told you. Oh, he missed it though. But he tried something special.
You were right. That was a good call.
Ah.
There it is.
Look at Clive's celebration there. That turned out it probably might end up being the match of the night there.
Oh, I think for sure it's the night of the entire round of 16, or the match of the entire round of 16, I think. Except, of course, your brilliant win today. But
I think that 3-2 trumps that for sure. And Clive and Chris were loving competing against each other there. That was fun to watch in the end.
It was an enjoyable match. With some real twists and turns throughout. You never knew what was going to happen. And I have to say that Adam Buse 2 backhand shots that actually changed the momentum of that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. They weren't looking good there, and then Adam hit those 2 shots, and that kind of changed everything.
Chris did change everything.
Chris hit a burst into the tin, and then it was tight from. I think the only prediction I really got right was that who knew what was going to happen in that in that 5th game there.
You predicted that you didn't know.
Yeah,
and there you were.
I had no idea what would happen through there. I think there's definitely a phase when we thought they're not going to do it, Adam and Clive, but they got it done.
I did think at the start of that there was a point there where I thought, nope, they're done, they're out of it, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But well, Scott, first of all, congratulations on tonight's match.
Thank you.
You played really well.
Thank you.
And looking forward to seeing you play again tomorrow. You've got a tough one tomorrow, so rest up tonight. And thank you for your insight in this match. It was a lot of fun doing this with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and it was a great match in the end to commentate on. It was a real treat. So thank you so much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you. All right, folks, I'm still with you because we've got one more match to go. We are doing the 8th round of 16 match. It'll be hard to top that one. That was a very exciting match. But we've got 2 Heights Casino players against each other in the final match of the night. We've got Clinton Liu, who is from South Africa and 39 years old. He's number 28 on the SDA Tour. And he is playing with Ahmed Anvari, who's number 24 on the SDA Tour. He's from the United States. He's 42 years old. Ahmed was a Heights Casino member. He played number 1 at Dartmouth. He was the 2019, so that's just 2 years ago, really, U.S. mixed doubles champion with Shireen Kaufman, the lovely and talented Shireen Kaufman. He's 2015 St. Louis champion, 2011 Graham Cup winner, 2008 O'Reilly champion, and really he's won the University Club Championship a whole slew of times. I know he won it at least 10 times, and it's probably more than that. Very talented player, very nice. I think of him as a young man, but he's 42 years old, so he's not that young anymore. And they are playing, so that's Clinton Liu and Ahmed Anvari, who recently just won the gold rackets together after winning a quarterfinal match by 1 point. They are playing against Jordan Braille, who is number 102 on the SDA Tour from the United States, who's all of 25 years old. He's the current University Club champion. Cornell grad. He played varsity squash all 4 years. And he is actually working in finance right now. He's got a business development manager for Quick. And he lives in Miami, Florida, but he's on the board of Street Squash. And his partner is number 60 on the SDA Tour, and it's Peter Kelly, who commentated with me a little bit earlier this evening. He said he was 42 years old, but I have him as 43, so not sure what the story is with that, but let's go with him, so we'll call him 42 years old. He is a Heights Casino product. He played at Princeton, where he was All-American and All-Ivy. He has a JD and MBA from Emory University. He's currently the managing director in the strategic advisory group at PJ Day Partners, and he's on the board of directors of City Squash. He's a beautiful player to watch. He's very self-effacing, always got a big smile on his face, very popular at the Heights Casino for his entire squash career. And this will be a fun match. So the two players that you see on your screen right now, that is Clinton Liu, who's on the left side of the court, and that's Ahmed Anvari, who's on the right side of the court. It looks like they will be wearing dark-colored shirts, and if Clinton is representative, also dark shorts. So I assume the other team will be the team in white or light colors, and that will be Jordan Braille and Peter Kelly. So while they're warming up, I'm going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few minutes with the start of the match. All right, the players are entering the court, and we are almost ready finally to begin the last match of the night. They are having a very long warm-up, and my producer, Steve Lane, and I were trying to speculate on why that might be. We think perhaps the referee was in the shower, but we are not sure. But in any case, the match is about to begin. I am going to be joined by a co-commentator, but he is not ready yet, and I'm going to wait until he gets here to introduce him because we feel very lucky to have him coming up. And so this match, our last match, round of 16 match, is featuring Ahmed Anvari, who's the black, in the black with the white headband, and Clinton Liu, who is on the left-hand wall with the black, with the white wristband. And their opponents are Peter Kelly, who is about to serve, and his partner is Jordan Braille. And they are some 3 experienced players and 1 relatively new player. So Clinton is 39 years old. His partner Ahmed Anvari is 42 years old. Peter Kelly is 42 years old, and Jordan Braille is 25 years old. So in theory, he is the legs of this quartet of players. But if you heard some of the earlier commentary, we were talking about who the fastest player on tour was, and there was at least some vote here for Clinton Liu.
Who's serving, guys?
He's getting up a little bit in the years, but he's very fast and very skilled. Okay. He's a great singles player
First
as
round
well.
Match, Peter Kelly.
And we're looking forward to
Jordan Braille
seeing this
in the
match.
White. Ahmed Anvari, Clinton Lowe in the black. Best of the 5 games. Lowell.
And here we go. 2 Heights Casino members. That's Peter, who's on the left wall there in the white, and Ahmed Anvari, who's playing the right wall in the black. They are playing against each other. They are roughly the same age. They grew up playing with each other, and one went to Dartmouth, one went to Princeton, so there was an Ivy League rivalry there as well. And I'd like to welcome here, I feel very fortunate to have an old friend of mine. I'm privileged to call him a friend. He's one of the best singles players in the U.S. who's ever played the Pro Tour, and you just saw him lose, unfortunately, a very close 5-game match, just squeaking out. Please, everybody, welcome Chris Walker. Chris, really happy to have you here.
Thanks, Bill. Good to be here. Yeah, it was a tough match, but you know, someone's got to win, and it was
2-1.
It's kind of anyone's at the end, and they just had a good run of points to close out, really. So
they did. Yeah. When you were up 8-5 in the 5th, I thought you had it, and then Adam hit 2 shocking reverse corners, one off the return of serve and another one, and that sort of brought them back into the match. I really felt if he hadn't almost gone for broke on those 2 shots,
right,
you might have really taken control of that 5th. But all credit to them. But Chris, you're 54 years old. You've had 2 hip surgeries, and you were moving like a 25-year-old out there. It was inspirational to lots of us who play the game. Some of your gets particularly up in the front left corner, were simply astonishing. How did you feel?
I mean, it's good.
Did you feel as good as you looked?
Ball's good. 3-1.
I feel happy to be playing, and obviously with 2 new hits. The most recent replacement was 5 years ago, so I still feel like I'm getting a bit quicker.
3-2.
But it's slow progress because I'm also getting older, so the two work against each other.
Exactly.
But you know, it's just great to be out there, and I'm happy with the way I'm playing and moving, and I'll continue to work hard in training so that I can play the game because I really enjoy playing it.
That's a nice little roll quarter by that's Jordan Braille.
3-all.
Do you know all 4 of these players?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do. It's an interesting two pairs here, so it should be a good match.
Well,
I played with Jordan just before Christmas in a couple of tournaments, and so I know a little bit about his game from partnering with him, and played against the other 3 as well in several different matches. So all of them are good players, very steady. You know, Clinton's got a lot of power and he's quick. Ahmed Ambari on the right there in the dark top is great with his hands, got a lot of trick shots and quick feet as well. So the two of them probably going into this match slightly favourite because you know, they've got a lot of experience and they've been playing on the tour for a few years. But Pete Kelly, probably everyone knows him locally. He's a great player as well. Doesn't play as much on the SGA tour, but very solid player and plays a lot. So experience and going to be difficult to break down because he's in good shape. Jordan's probably the youngest one on the court and the newest to the game as well. But look at this shot here, just a little trickle up the front there, a la Clive Leach.
Yeah,
half an hour ago. So he's adding shots to his repertoire, and you know, the youthful legs and fitness on the court for Pete to rely on if he feels a little tired.
Well, and of course, as you mentioned, both Peter and Ahmed have grew up on this court. So not just at this club, but really they grew up playing doubles on this particular court, so they both know it extremely well. And it does have its idiosyncrasies. The beam, we all know about the beam.
Coming in, 5-all.
The door on the left wall there, and you know, some of the bounces. It definitely has its little idiosyncrasies.
But it's actually, it's an enjoyable court to play on. It's fast. The side walls are maple, so the ball kind of flies off them quickly, and you can get some great angles because of the fast side walls. The ball kind of whips into the front if you use the angle. It's a lot of fun to play on, and it's a good temperature as well. The ball's always quite lively, so yeah, it's quite consistent.
7-5.
Let's talk about you for just a second. We'll get back to this match, but I'm interested in how you and Jamie hooked up to be a team. I'm sure you've known Jamie for a long time, but you've had a number of partners, including you were number one in doubles with none other than your opponent tonight, Clive Leach, way back in the day. It seems a long time ago now, but you were actually the number one team. But you've had 5 or 6 or maybe even more different partners that you played with through the years. What made you say, Jamie, let's give it a shot?
Well, I couldn't find anyone. I mean, Jamie's a great player, but I couldn't find anyone else to play with actually for this tournament.
Come on!
Everyone else had signed up with other partners. I was a bit late to the game as far as looking for someone to play with, and you know, I reached out to a couple of players that I'd played with before, including Clive actually, and Clive had already set up to play with Adam, and Adam had got his flights booked. So but I knew, Jamie's just moved over to Nyack, coaching over there with actually under Clinton, who's the head pro, and I'd seen him at the club there, so I also noticed that he wasn't in the draw, and just pitched him to see if he fancied playing. So that's how it worked out.
I bet he jumped at the chance.
Sorry, right side.
You can ask him.
I can't imagine that anyone wouldn't jump at the chance to play with you, Chris.
Well, I was really happy when he said yes, because I mean it actually makes a good pair when I feel like a bit of experience and a bit of youth for the speed. As we work well at times covering each other, and Jamie using his extra power and speed to counterpunch, and that was quite effective. And if we get a chance to play a few more together, I think that sort of thing is only going to get better.
Well, your coverage was impressive because in the other team, Clive and Adam, thank you. Adam knows his role, right? Adam knows that he needs to cover 2/3 of the court, right? Yeah. And Clive is going to stay put. But with you and Jamie, you're actually covering your half of the court quite well, and in a weird way that makes it trickier for Jamie because he's younger and faster, and so but nevertheless I thought you meshed really well. He sort of intuitively understood which balls you were going to go for and which you weren't,
right?
And it can be very tricky for that younger player to know how much to cheat over and cover, but I thought I was really impressed with how you guys covered for each other. There didn't seem to be much confusion. You weren't, that situation where you both go up for a short ball and you're both sort of swinging at it at the same time because you're both there. Didn't happen.
Yeah.
And that's always a sign to me. I'm like, oh, this team hasn't played together a lot. They don't know who's covering whom.
We had a couple. We've had a couple of hits together, so that's good before the tournament. And he's
ball 10-6.
Jamie's new to the game, so he's still learning, right? He's still learning. I'm trying to help with some ideas for how he can how we can work better together. So as you say, it's very much a team effort. So we're trying to cover each other and obviously not both go for the same ball. And we he's a great singles player and understands positioning.
I've seen him play I've seen him play singles a lot. I've commentated on his matches and I've been interviewed him after some wins that he's had. But it was the first time I'd seen him play doubles, and I was impressed. He played doubles well, like he has a good understanding. So he must be, in addition to everything else well that you do, you must be a good teacher and good mentor as well. So let's just get back to this match here for a second because Ahmed and Clinton have a slight lead going on here, but I think Peter and Jordan have been exhibiting good resistance, and in fact they're only 1 point down now. It was 10-7, it's now 10-9. So you sticking with your thought that you think Clinton and Ahmed are going to take this first game?
I mean, I think they're favourites for the match, and but it's very even at the moment, as you can see. They're only 1 point ahead in this game.
Jordan's playing quite well.
Lovely shot from Peter there.
10-all left.
That's really a beauty. You get that nick too.
Yeah, like a little trickle drop. I think everyone's a little short of match practice, having had a couple of years with COVID and not so many tournaments, more recently. So you
committed the wrong way, and then you went back, and the ball's past you.
Well, it's one of the things we were discussing watching your match, whether it might actually be good for whoever won that match. They had a long match, and as I think we agreed, we said, yes, that's true, but also there are some older bodies out there, and whichever older body wins is going to be feeling it tomorrow. Because unlike the teams that played yesterday, they had today off.
Right.
And the teams that play today
do
not have tomorrow off. They got to get right back on the court tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it would have been interesting to see how well you would have held up, because you held up so beautifully today.
Well, it's all about doing the training beforehand, so you can, front up for 2 or 3 tough matches in a row, and there's no other way to prepare for a tournament than to do that background work. So if you've done the work, you should be good for a weekend.
All right, Braille and Kelly have just taken their first lead of the game at 12-11, and this is now getting exciting. There has been some traffic. Jordan and Ahmed seem to. I mean,
that ball. Ahmed's just hit the ball back to himself basically, and Jordan, even though Jordan, put an excessive
13-11
backswing there to catch Amvari in it, it was still a stroke. The ball was very close to Ahmed's.
But they're sort of doing that extra little, exaggerated
selling
stuff. They're selling.
You gotta sell.
Both of them are, though. Ahmed was doing it early in the game as well.
That's going to be
that ball
on the cross court.
13-11.
Ooh, you could really clock him there. Jordan looks like a strong boy.
Yeah, he's, what is he, 6'3" or something
right
like that.
Side.
He's got
coming in, 12-13.
Great reach and really good hands. Very skillful player. So you got to be careful even if you're lobbing with this court as well, right? Because of the beam, that's going to be a stroke.
Yep, that's a stroke.
Another
13-all.
Just caught the nick, came out into
13-all, first game, Chris.
Jordan's swing, big point. Lovely reverse. Loose cross court from Amvari
Right
there.
side.
Picks it right out of the air.
Game ball.
They're having a little conversation, Ahmed and Peter.
Yeah, don't hit the ball loose to Pete Kelly's backhand. Make him stretch and work for it.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Good.
Look how solidly he hits this. Boom.
14-all, Clinton left.
Yeah.
Nice follow through. Gorgeous stroke there.
Good control. So, sudden death, here we go.
14-all, first game. You know, your match, Chris, was the first game that was not a 3-love match in the tournament.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yep.
Here we go. There, lovely
There
reverse. Poor cross court there. Jordan just found the sidewall too early. That opened up the front for Clinton to step in.
Game, 15-14.
Shut Pete Kelly out and play a lovely reverse to take the game. Yep.
I may have a bias here because Peter and Jordan are larger, that I was thinking that they might need to win that first game. So my sense is that will be a little bit of a breakthrough for Clinton and Ahmed. That this could be
could be a really nerves, isn't it? Even if you're favourite or you think you're favourite, you go in and you have a tough first game. If you can sneak the first game, it still gives you more confidence. You know, the little confidence boost.
Yeah.
So I mean, they'll come away from that pretty happy with. They'll take it.
I told the story when I was introducing you. Of you being one of the, I think the only person in history who made it through, started in qualifying for the British Open and made it all the way from qualifying to the finals, which must have been 8 matches or something like that.
It was a good week of squash, yeah.
I mean, and every day, I think it was 8 matches. I think I counted that, but
it was actually 3 qualifying rounds, but I got a bye in the first. So I had 2 qualifying rounds, first round, second round, quarterfinals, semis, and finals. So yeah, six matches in
with one
7
bye.
days. Yeah,
with one bye.
Got to be.
And that was 2001. I just want to point out that this is 2022, and you are still out there. It's very impressive, and as I said to you before we went on air, you know, you've been a model for a lot of people. You continue to be a model for a lot of people, both on and off the court. You were very kind to me when I was playing the tour, not very well, or certainly not at your level, but you were very kind to me then, and I'm proud that we've had a almost 30-year friendship, and I just want to say you're great for the game, and it's been a treat to get to know you over the years, and even more so to watch you play.
Thanks,
both, I remember when you were 17 years old. I remember when you were on that cover of Squash World magazine. Just those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, it was a very famous cover because Chris had a big lock of very, very blonde hair. He was sitting on a shoulder press machine without a shirt on, and he was as ripped can be.
Right in the crowd, 'cause I know she wants
and the article is, you know, about how hard you trained, which you continue to do today. But I remember looking at that and being like, oh, I need to step up my training.
Back in the day, but it's such a great game, and you know, I'm addicted to it, and the community as well. I think it's more about, you know, I love playing and love competing, and you know, I love the game, but also I love the people and the community that is involved in the game at all levels, whether it's with the juniors, you know, the professional tour, the doubles game, the singles game, what's happening in the States. That's, you know, I've been here since 2001.
One game to love all.
You know, obviously originally from England, and that's the great thing. It's, you know, there's such a camaraderie between the players, of different generations, as well as, you know, the current ones, and yeah, long may it continue.
Yeah.
it was great seeing Billie Jean King at the Windy City Open yesterday. You know, and you know, her comments about the game of single squash, getting it in the Olympics, and you know, a lot of players over here are playing the doubles game as well, and it's all about building, getting more players, getting more kids playing more doubles, just playing more squash. Just several different variations of the game, but all of it's fun, and you know, it's just a great game for life.
No question.
So, game 2.
Game 2, here we are. The big question is whether or not Jordan and Peter are going to have a little bit of a letdown after losing that heartbreaking game, or for that matter, whether Clinton and Ahmed will have a letdown after winning that very close game.
Yeah, I think they're all experienced players, right? They're going to be fired up and wanting to start in a positive manner this second game.
It's a good reaction by Peter to adjust there. I think he got that let.
Did he get the let?
I think he did.
Yeah, why didn't we do that? 1-1.
1-1. So that is a let. The score is incorrect on your screen. It's 1-1, not 2-love.
Yeah, just
2-1.
Couldn't get the cross court high enough.
Coming in.
Easy fit put away for Anvari there.
Huh?
It's 2-1 now, not 2-2. This score keeps getting posted incorrectly on your screen. But we'll keep you apprised of what's actually going on here. Oh, that's a beautiful overhead.
Lovely cut. See how he slices it into the side wall, and that takes the spin away from Peter, who was trying to stretch to the middle of the court to get it. That extra spin kept the ball low, and it faded down, died quickly.
Have you played with Clinton in singles?
I haven't actually, no. I've seen him, watched him play, and coached against him when he was playing for South Africa, and I was the US men's national coach. He played Chris Gordon, had a monster match against Chris Gordon.
Who won that? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Clinton
4-2.
won it. It was a
4-1.
It was the deciding match in our playoff position, and he's a great singles player. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's really. I've watched him play a lot of tournaments, and I've seen him play a bunch of really, really highly talented matches.
Young puppy, look at him.
And I believe that he got to.
And you.
I know he was top 100. I think maybe even top 80 in the world on the PSA. So
great.
He's physically
5-1.
so strong as well. 5-1. They've got a nice lead in this game. They've just played better from the start, Clinton and Anvari. They've got their length a bit more. They're not giving as many loose shots to Pete Kelly, who was
shooting very well.
Yeah, was shooting.
That's a nice shot by Jordan, though. I think that's a winner, I believe.
Yeah.
5-2.
Poor cross court from Anvari there, being punished.
Clinton right.
This is a little bit of what I thought might happen, is that after Clinton and Ahmed won that first game, I thought this might.
He's good.
They might get loosened up here.
Yeah, they're built on the confidence.
He's not lazy. He's able to so much. He loves it here. 6-2. Really well with him. It's good. How often do you get on court with him? Once. With a good group, obviously. Who are the other two players?
Yeah, all about momentum sometimes this game, and Clinton and Ahmed got good momentum here.
Well, they just look confident, and I think the key is that they also look relaxed now.
Yeah,
in the first game there was a little more tension, and that's why I felt, I know it's not a super risky comment, but I felt that if this were going to be a really close match, Jordan and Peter needed to win that first game.
Yeah, and right now they've got to find their length. They've too much stuff around the middle of the court, coming off the back wall like that one, which doesn't help. Doesn't help their cause. They're on the end of it here, running, you know, trying to inject pace when they're under pressure. Clinton misjudging that. It was good recovery actually with that skid boast.
Coming in.
Got an unpredictable bounce at the back.
Yeah, that's. I said it in the last match. It's one of my favorite Millmanisms, is that 75 things can happen when the ball goes into the back corner. So you got to be prepared for all of them.
Yeah. Yeah. A simple drop shot there from Manvari.
Left. 3-10.
Good control.
But this game's quickly gotten away, and the score, by the way, once again, is not incorrect on your screen. It is 3-10.
Errors creeping in here as well. Jordan there.
Yeah. That's the bottom of the tin. That's not
coming
really,
in, 11-3.
Really close.
And actually, it was a good opportunity. You know, it was an unforced error as well. It's got to make sure those balls go up.
Left ball. 11-3.
So you just say you keep in touch with Mudgy? You keep in touch with Mudgy, do you say?
Looking for Philadelphia, didn't quite pull it off. Oh.
Florida.
Left.
Yep, that's a good let. No, Clinton, that's a good let. You were right there.
Yeah, he didn't have the clear front wall there. Clinton.
Clinton, you were right in the middle of the court.
11-3.
He's smiling.
Yeah, he knows.
No, Hamid, sorry.
11-3.
No, it's right. It's right. 11-3.
This match. Oh, that's a beautiful lob.
Seen him?
And another one. When you see Ahmed sort of controlling just beautiful lobs like that, that's going to be a let again. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a stroke.
12-3.
Nope, no, they did give it a stroke.
Yeah, it could be. I was going to say. I mean, you know, he hit it back to himself. Clinton needs to be able to play that ball. Oh wow!
Wow. Now, Chris, you got to say somebody's feeling it when they're doing that. I mean, that's like a ballet shot, you know.
That was a beautiful
leaping up,
one-legged leap.
One-legged leap,
high on the back end.
Kind of gorgeous.
That's what you can do when you're 13-3 up or whatever. Not much pressure on you at that point.
Yep. And if you make it,
13-4.
You look like a star.
Correct.
And he looked like a star.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That was great.
That ball.
A lot of traffic there on
13-4.
Jordan's cross court. So,
well, I don't think that was where he wanted to hit it at all.
No.
They've really neutralized Peter completely out of this game. He hasn't had the opportunity to hit here now. That's one of the first times. Smart play just to get it back to even, but he's had hardly any setups at all.
Here's one.
Yep. Clinton.
Unforced error from Clinton there.
Coming in. 5-13.
He sort of knew it as he hit it.
After the shot before, you think
exactly.
that's just bread and butter, that one.
He needs to be on 1 foot going up about 10 feet. To
way too easy. well, Jordan and Pete will want to try and get something out of this game, but rather than just write it off, try and find their length,
14, game ball.
Get some rallies going.
Well, I think we've seen in other matches, if you can get a little momentum going, even if you lose the game, you can start off the next game with, some, as you say, some momentum. I mean, there's something about getting a series of points at the end of a game that looks lost that can actually revitalize you.
Yep. It's one of the nuances of the doubles game is like, there's 4 brains on there, right? And you and your partner have got to try and keep in sync and keep the intensity similar and work together. So
right side.
If one of you switches off, it can be costly.
Absolutely. Do you prefer playing doubles over singles, or did you like both?
Both. Obviously, I grew up playing singles, and I loved that game. But I've grown to really enjoy doubles as well. Both games have got different aspects that that I enjoy now. I love the team.
Let me just interrupt you for 1 second and just say that Clinton and Ahmed won this game 15-7. They're up 2 games to love. There will be a little break here. I would say that it's not looking good for Peter Kelly and Jordan Braille, but they're not going to give up, but it is 2-love. And now let's get back to Chris. So you were telling us about you love both games. You grew up playing singles. Did you play softball doubles much?
Yeah, I played a lot of softball doubles. Just second half of my career, it became a Commonwealth Games sport. So, I was playing softball doubles for England in the Commonwealth Games and also the World doubles as well. So, very different to hardball doubles. So,
yeah,
wasn't a lot that I could transfer from softball doubles to hardball doubles. With hardball doubles, the ball's so much faster. You see these guys, as you watching the replays here, keeping their position. It's all about position and staying forward. The ball being fast can come off the side wall all the way around the back to your partner, and that's something that doesn't happen in softball doubles. It's you're covering. If it goes in your back corner, you're covering. The ball is not coming across to the other side of the court. So. Different kind of position and strategy really in softball doubles.
While we have a second here, tell me what's you've always got some outside of teaching stuff going on. You've got businesses, you've got boards that you're sitting on. Tell me a couple of the highlights of things that are going on with you in your life right now.
I think the highlight's probably my wife and 2 kids right now.
Yeah.
Maya, who's 2.5, and William, who's 10 months old.
William, I didn't know that. What a good name! You must have had good associations with that name.
Little Willie Walker. So with Niley, my wife, we're obviously spending a lot of time with the kids and really enjoying that. So that's a major part of my downtime. And I wouldn't have it any other way. But I'm a director of squash at the River Club now in Manhattan, and it's been, I started in 2019, and then COVID hit, so it's been a kind of whirlwind, crazy 2 years. But we're through that and busy, lots of kids, which is great. There's 3 squash courts there, one's an interactive court, lots of kids. The adults are starting to come back playing singles again. So focusing on that and that program really. That's what I'm doing. I have been working a little bit with some pro players, doing some sessions here and there for pros that are in town.
2 games to love.
Passing through. My wife's from Mexico, and she had a couple of players come through, and I've been hitting with a couple of pros who come through from Mexico. So I love keeping in touch with the singles game at the top level, and then trying to keep fit to play doubles as well. Well, that's it.
Love.
My plate is full.
Well, that's a great plate, and your wife is lovely, by the way. She's been involved. She was, I guess, maybe before the kids, she was doing some squash-related stuff as well.
She still is. She's actually doing some coaching at the River Club.
Oh, she is
with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that she had been before. I didn't know if she was doing it with the kids on tap. So.
And she just finished. head coach for the Chapin School.
Oh, wow.
For this school season as well, so she's getting back into it.
That's awesome.
After obviously the early days of the two kids.
Well, I remember when you two were just dating before you even got. So it's been nice to see that relationship prove so
1-1.
So fruitful and loving for the two of you. So that's really nice. And where are you living? Are you living in Manhattan, or are you living? I have this feeling you're living not
2-1
and not in the city.
Long Island City.
Oh, Long Island City. Okay.
Yeah. Court Square. One stop from my work, which is 52nd and First. So yeah, we're pretty local.
3-1.
Just up the road from here as well, which is nice.
That's excellent. All right. Well, we're back into the third game, folks. It's a big hill to climb for Peter Kelly and Jordan Braille. They played an exceptionally good first game, but Ahmed Anvari and Clinton Liu really took control of the second game. They had a huge lead that looks a little less bad than the lead was with the final score 15-7, but it was not even that close in the second game. But the start of the third game here looks as though Peter and Jordan are not conceding, and as well they shouldn't.
Coming in.
We've got a little bit of a close third game going on.
Yeah, much better start for Jordan and Peter. Steadier, better length. Pete Kelly just hit a nice high to the backhand on Clinton, and Clinton made an error, stretched out there, and they've just got to try and keep that
3-4
that kind of strategy in place. They've got to find the corners and avoid giving either Clinton or Ahmed that time and space in the middle of the court, because they're very good on the volleys.
Like they just did.
Yeah.
That was a nice backhand drop shot by Ahmed on the last point. That one out of court.
Coming in, 5-3.
I couldn't tell if that went out on the sidewall or if it hit the dreaded beam.
It sounded like the beam, yeah. It sounded like the beam.
That's the club in general.
I haven't actually. A lot of serves have hit the beam, but I haven't seen
it
affect that many rallies so far in the tournament. It can, but it hasn't so far.
Well, as you say, these guys have played on this court 100 times, right? They know the beam they're playing. All these guys, they're all good enough to just adjust the lob so that it's not hitting the beam. It's just occasionally under pressure when the ball might, fly a bit higher and the beam
6-4
comes into play. But everyone's aware of the beam, so they're definitely adjusting.
And Jordan misses. He hit some brilliant shots, but when he misses, he misses.
Huh?
That was the floor he hit there.
This is brilliant. Little things like this. Huh?
Jordan's just got to tidy up a bit. Pete's found his length now, and he's moving Clinton up and down nicely.
Yeah.
Forcing an error there.
There you go. You called it.
And if Jordan can just steady up,
coming in,
they're in the game now. This is their last chance, really, to.
Coming in 5-6.
I actually think Jordan's playing steady, except occasionally when he goes for the shot ending thing, that's where he makes the mistake.
That's the not steady part.
that's fair enough. Well said. Well said.
Huh? But yeah, you're right. If he can maintain that patience, really.
Yeah, it's the patience.
He doesn't need to go for those shots.
That's the not steady part. That's a good quote. I like that. Oh,
that'll be a let.
5-6. Play that.
It's a good thing that Jordan doesn't have a mean bone in his body, because he's had a few opportunities there where he could have buried that ball.
Yeah, and he can crank it as well. Well,
What did he say? Absolute monkey?
It sounded like it.
5-7.
He's caught the beam twice now.
Yeah, so there it is. The person with perhaps the most time on this court.
Yeah.
I like that one.
That's the pressure.
But you're right. I think they are playing much better in this game than Certainly last game. The first game they actually played quite well.
5-7. Yeah. Yeah. 5-7.
Good serve. That's a nice shot by Clinton. Look at this.
Yeah.
Drop shot.
It's a good idea.
5-8.
Pete Kelly there with the forehand kind of.
Sorry, 8-5.
Inside out, 3-wall boast, but he missed the third wall, and that cost the.
Yeah, and
cost
Jordan
the point.
was caught way deep on that.
Yeah. Jordan going for a shot there,
Trouble.
which wasn't on. Anvari was right up the front, and Jordan going for a straight volley
9-5.
drop kill.
What year was that?
Costly, 2 costly points
04.
here. Now this is, this is the last chance saloon. Really, they got to tighten up. Though, have a little break here.
We didn't.
Tactical.
What? By
break
the way,
in
what
the,
happened?
Momentum here.
Did you break a string on that ball? That was.
Yeah,
You broke the string.
I did. Yeah.
So we couldn't figure out what was going on because first of all we thought that it
Straight
looked like
away.
a legitimate let, so why were they upset? And then all of a sudden you were taking a break and we pieced it together. We said, oh, he broke a string. And the other team realized that he broke the string, and that's why they were upset with him calling the let, and that's why they're off the court.
Well,
So I'm glad we finally figured it out, but I wanted to confirm with you that we were right. You did break the string.
How is it?
But it was actually,
Yeah,
just
nice.
so you know, from
That
our
fat
perspective,
face.
totally
Just-
legitimate let that you called, regardless of broken string or not. They were just upset because they
Yeah.
knew they had a big advantage having heard your string
And
break.
they didn't play.
Don't
Yeah,
even
they
have- you don't
played a
move,
shot
right?
that
You don't
came
even-
out from the
it's not
wall
worth
and
even moving.
kind of set me up for the let anyway.
Yep.
I knew my string was broken, so.
Yeah, and they knew your string was broken clearly. They were looking to try and take advantage. That's why they were so upset. But I'm assuming that there must be a broken string here as well. This is a long break. Since when do we have timeouts in squash? Would you like timeouts?
I don't know.
A 30-second timeout, you can call it once per match?
Play should be continuous, right? I mean, I think that's part of squash. It's like you can't have a timeout in the middle of a round of boxing, right? I mean, if you throw a few punches on the squash court, per se, and you've got your opponent under pressure and they're
9-5.
really struggling, that's part of the game. There's no,
Absolutely. That was my entire
Yeah.
game. I was just trying to get people really wiped out.
Poor cross court there, just sets up Anvari for that reverse.
10-5.
So they're really running away with it now. And
Yeah, this is what I thought might happen
Yeah.
after they won that. They just get some confidence going. They're such good confidence players. That's a
Lovely lob.
beautiful lob. Well done, Jordan.
Giving them a sniff.
Well,
10-6.
Jordan and Peter's credit, they're not throwing in the towel here. I mean, Clinton and Ahmed are just on a confidence roll.
Yeah.
I don't have the sense that Peter and Jordan are throwing in the tank. They're just getting outplayed.
Yeah, there's not enough steady kind of length and patience from Jordan and Pete at this point. They're shooting a little bit, feeling a bit desperate.
Nice.
Like that, just opening up the court. And Clinton
That's going to be
That's
it.
it, yeah.
Yep.
sees the
Nice playing by
sees the
Clinton.
gap.
12-6. Very health conscious sort of. 12-6. What?
I don't think the referee realizes that we can hear him having a conversation.
Leachy.
13-6.
13-6, so 2 points away from victory. Been fun sitting here with you, Will.
Yeah, well, my pleasure, my privilege.
14-6. Match ball.
And here we go. And just so everybody knows, this is the last match of the night. In fact, it's the last match of the round of 16.
Oh, there's the one-legged jump flick
There it
behind the
is.
back volley.
There it is.
Game of match.
Beautiful. Love it.
What a shot to end on. Beautiful.
Well played, guys.
He hit it twice, and both for winners.
Never in doubt.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
Smoked.
So a nice, confident win by Clinton Leo and Ahmed Anvari. They deserved the win. They played better tonight. First game was very close. After that, they were in full control. My co-commentator has been Chris Walker, who had a gut-wrenching loss tonight, but played unbelievably well in the match. Certainly the match of the tournament so far, and the match of the first round. 5-game loss, but acquitted himself very well with his partner Jamie Haycox. Chris, are you going to be around for the weekend, or are you going to be? You have 2 little kids, and you may need to be going to attend to them.
I will. I'll be in tomorrow for sure. We have a function tomorrow afternoon, so yeah, coming in for that, and we'll see what happens over the weekend.
Great.
But, it's great to be here and get back into the tournament mode.
Well, thank you very much for joining me. I think everyone out there loved watching you play first, and loved hearing your insights, and we hope to see you around before too long. So,
take care. You're welcome. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Chris. All right, everybody, let me just do a quick wrap up here. So we had 4 matches today. They were starting from the top. We had Scott Arnold and James Stout. They took out Josh Hughes and Valentin Kwan, 3-love. They are set up to play Alex Dominic and Travis Judson tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We had Jamie Hickox and Chris Walker lost to the number 4 seeds Adam Buse and Clive Leach, and they are set up to play Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, and that match is at 5:45 tomorrow. We had Lyle Fuller and Scott Young beat Witten Morris and Preston Quick, and they are taking on the number 3 seeds, Jim Bamber and Michael Ferreira, at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. And we just saw Clinton Leo and Ahmed Anvari beat Jordan Braille and Peter Kelly, and they are going to be taking on Chris Callis and Josh Hollings at 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. So we've got some great quarterfinal matches. All will be played tomorrow. As of tomorrow evening, we will know our semifinalists, and we are proceeding right along with the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament here at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn. I'm Will Carlin. I'm going to miss the first 2 matches tomorrow, but I'll be here for the rest of the tournament after that. So the last 2 tomorrow, the semis and the finals. And we look forward to seeing you. Have a good night tonight. Stay tuned, and thank you again to Chris Walker. Bye, everybody.